Clones are surprisingly common in Equestria, and they leave me asking strange questions like, are these identical quadruplets? Is this a changeling invasion? And worst of all, what is up with the Royal Guard? When it comes to the Royal Guard, I think we can rule out the possibility that hundreds of gray and white colts with the same builds were all just naturally born like that. There has to be something unnatural going on here. But what? Now, this is a question I've asked before, and I floated the idea that guards take all sorts of forms but are under a spell that makes them look more unified. However, recently we've seen the Royal Guard open up to new variety, and it doesn't make sense that this spell would be applied to some, but not all. This leaves us questioning once again, why do so many of the guards look exactly the same? They're definitely not changelings, but what else could it be? If only there was something in Equestria that could explain the existence of multiple doppelgangers. Yeah, I got nothing. Okay, I'm messing with you. The mirror pool, where one pony becomes two, becomes four, so on and so forth. Today, I'm bringing you a new theory, that here lies the origin of the Royal Guard. What if they all started out as just two ponies? A gray unicorn with brown eyes and a white Pegasus with blue eyes. These two could serve as the template for a clone army, kinda like Jango Fett. At some point in the past, perhaps they went to the pool and pulled out their reflections until they had enough to guard Equestria. That would explain why there's so many of them. Now, if this is true, I'm guessing Celestia was in charge of the operation, and if so, she made a smart move. Instead of having to draft hundreds of ponies across Equestria, using the mirror pool means she only had to find a couple willing donors. No need to train hundreds of ponies to be physically fit. Only the original hosts have to be, since the pool replicates their physical forms perfectly. It's unclear which mental aspects would make it into the copies. Pinkie's clones, for example, didn't even know the rest of the main six, but her attitude clearly carried over, so if the original guards were willing to serve Equestria, their clones would likely have been as well. This is quite the efficient way to protect a young and growing kingdom. And yes, I think Equestria was quite young whenever this happened. As we've seen, these guards go way back, and I'm willing to bet all the way back to the beginning of Equestria. Makes sense in the timeline since the mirror pool is located in the Everfree Forest, which is exactly where Celestia was ruling at the time. Now, this does come with a strange side effect. For the clones to have been around so long ago and still look the same today, there would have to be some sort of time magic involved here, most likely an age spell. While complicating things, this isn't too hard to believe. It'd be pretty forward-looking of Celestia to grant longevity to the volunteers, so she wouldn't have to repeat the process of finding new donors to clone every couple decades. And even if Celestia didn't know how to do age spells, I'm sure Star Swirl could have helped. It's certainly strange to think these guys may have been around for 1,000 years, but that's no less strange than the other possibilities. However, things do get more complicated. If you have a keen eye, you'll notice some of the guards don't seem to fit the mold. While most gray ponies are unicorns and white ponies are Pegasi, there is the occasional exception. A gray Pegasus here, a white unicorn there. This definitely makes things messy. But we have reason to believe our eyes can't be trusted here, because among those variations were Alicorn guards, and that can't be right. There must be some sort of trickery here. The disguise spell. Now, I know what I said earlier, but when you add the clones to the equation, it makes a lot more sense. Say the Royal Guard was initially made up entirely of clones, but then a non-clone wanted to join. What would they do? Instead of sticking out like a sore thumb, they could be made to look like one of the clones, albeit with slight variations. This would explain what we saw. They weren't real Alicorns, it was just a quirk of the visual spell. But that's not the only thing it explains. If these non-clones kept joining the guard, eventually there'd be enough so that they wouldn't stick out anymore. No longer would they need to blend in. That's what I think might have happened when we started seeing more variety. Those ponies were always there, but only recently dropped the clone disguise. Though it's quite the complicated solution, I think it works well to connect the duplicated guard with the duplication pool. In a broader sense, I highly doubt Pinkie was the only pony to ever use the pool. Her Nana Pinkie must have gotten those rhymes from somewhere. Plus, the mirror pool isn't exactly hard to access. Even after the entrance was sealed, that didn't stop Starlight, but even barring all that, there's an entire back entrance that wasn't even blocked. That's how I got here. It's how Sunburst met Maud after Starlight took him to the pool. This thing was almost certainly used before, and perhaps that explains some of the stranger phenomena we've seen in Equestria. There are a lot of reasons one might want to use something like this. But But what do you think? Has the mirror pool been used besides with Pinkie? By who? The Royal Guard? If so, then how? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my reward tiers at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Hexstream, Maximilian HG, Cameo Shadowness, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Equinox3141. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Good. Twice the sawtooth, double the horse theories. This will be excellent for the algorithm. The algo what now? You know, YouTube? You who? Okay, back in the pool. Sunset Shimmer messed up. Big time. And I'm not talking about when she stole the element of magic and turned into a demon. More recently, she did something that was even crazier and perhaps more dangerous. So for context, let's go over what happened. The main 7 were on a cruise for spring break. As a storm was coming on, Rainbow Dash noticed a strange pattern in the ocean, so she took a lifeboat to investigate. Sunset and Sidetwi went after her and found her on an island sinking in quicksand, or so they thought. The sand was actually covering a portal to Equestria. The 3 went through and made their way across Ponyville to the castle. When Princess Twilight showed them the staff of Sakanis, Rainbow Dash recognized the Storm King logo as the pattern she saw. They realized that some of his magic must have found its way into the human world, and that it was responsible for the storm. Going back through the sand portal and using the staff, they were able to absorb the rest of Storm King's magic. The main 7 ponied up and brought everyone who was on board the sinking ship safely to the island. Now, this adventure was already wild. Who knew there was a natural gateway between the worlds, and potentially more? But what happened next is where it gets insane. So there they were, stranded on the island, right? But help must have been coming. Even if the Rainbow Laser EMP destroyed the ship's comms, that loss of contact would have alerted the mainland that something was wrong. Plus, you know what wasn't destroyed? Sidetwi's phone, which had 4 bars, by the way. She had no trouble calling Rainbow's phone, so don't tell me no one on that ship thought to call for help through that whole ordeal. I'm sure rescue speedboats or helicopters were already well on their way, so all they had to do is just wait. But is that what Sunset Shimmer did? No, it's not. Without waiting even a minute, the absolute mad lass came up with a crackpot plan to send everyone through the sand portal to Equestria, where they could go through Twilight's portal to Canterlot High. I mean, yeah, that's one way to get home, but just think about this for 1 second. You're a student at Canterlot High, and yeah, you've seen some pretty crazy stuff, but one day you're on a sinking ship and you get taken to an island and told to jump through a portal where you find yourself in a cave, but as a horse. You make your way through a quaint little village of horses and enter a giant crystal castle where you proceed to go through another portal, which brings you to the front lawn of your school. Do you think you'd wake up the next day and wonder if it was all a dream? Wouldn't you want to go to the base of the horse statue and test it out? And when you confirm that it wasn't a dream, don't you think the word would start to spread from person to person until everyone in the area knew about the portal not only to Equestria, but to Twilight's castle? And who in their right minds wouldn't want to check that out? There's a reason Celestia was worried about throwing off the balance between worlds, and why Twilight always went to the human world by herself or with Spike. Did Sunset really not think about the can of worms she was opening, the chaos she was unleashing? This plan was just absolutely unhinged, and it's only a matter of time before humans start coming through that portal in droves. Unless something was done about this. We sadly didn't see anything past this moment here, but Twilight must have had some sort of reaction. I bet she gave Sunset an earful. But then what? How do you deal with this crazy situation? One possibility is that Twilight sent them right back through the cave portal to the island. They'd end up being saved anyway, and without learning about the portal at their school. This, to me, seems like the best option, but the way the story was framed was as if to say, this is how they got home. And if that's the case, I can only think of one course of action if Twilight wanted to maintain the status quo. To erase their memories, Men in Black style. Now, I know that seems out of character, but she'd only be removing the memories from the short amount of time they spent in Equestria. And when you compare that to the chaos of letting them keep their memories, Twilight's choice seems pretty clear. As for how she'd do it, the Memory Stone was destroyed, but I'm sure there's a spell for it. Nothing Starlight couldn't whip up. The spell could be designed so that the humans would only start forming memories again once they got back to their world. Anything between the island and Canterlot High? Gone. Sure, that would leave the students with a shared mystery of what happened that day, and maybe they'd theorize that the main seven used some teleport move or something, but what matters is that they would be off the trail. The portal would remain a secret. I can't think of any other solution here, at least not one that doesn't drastically change the way these worlds interact. But what do you think? How did Twilight deal with all the human world visitors? What would you have done? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Hexstream, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Cameo Shadowness, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Fairfallen, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffles, Hyanax. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Pinkie Pie has a clone. She used to have quite a few until Twilight's clonicide, but it appears one survived. She was spotted in a restaurant after Rarity opened her store in Manhattan. During the preparation for said store, we saw this peculiar pony. She bears a striking resemblance to Pinkie, wouldn't you say? Same eye, coat, and mane colors, leading one to question if she indeed was that Pinkie clone. Think about it. All the time she spends in that club. Is this not the life you'd expect for a clone of Pinkie? Now, there are some differences. The pony at the club has straight hair, straight eyelashes, and a different cutie mark. But is this not also to be expected? If your comrades were hurled into oblivion simply for resembling the original Pinkie Pie, would you not also wear a disguise? Such a disguise would require no more than a flat iron and some makeup. I propose that after escaping the massacre, this Pinkie fled to Manhattan and designed an alter ego that she may live safely undercover, slowly planning, gaining power until she can rise up against Twilight and avenge her fallen sisters. What in Tartarus? Are you A and Y breaking into my channel again? Oh, I believe you mean our channel, Saw Prime. Huh? That is why you pulled me out of the pool, is it not? Good. Twice the sawtooth, double the horse theories. This will be excellent for the algorithm. The algo what now? You know, YouTube? You who? Oh, the mirror pool clone, right. Didn't I tell you to get back in the pool? That isn't how this works, Prime. You would need to learn Twilight's murder spell for that. And please, call me Sign. Sign like sine waves? Indeed, like you, but pure, refined. I would have called you Sawtooth. We are not the same, you and I. You see, these past few weeks I've been teaching myself all there— Just tell me what you're doing here. Oh, I was just telling our audience about the Pinkie who survived the Great Clone Massacre. My audience. But you mean the one we saw in that diner after the grand opening of Rarity for You? Precisely. A clone that was created with little thought and abandoned with even less. Sound familiar, Prime? Well, how do we know that was one of Pinkie's clones? There could be any number of explanations. Such as? Changelings. That may not be her true form. We of all people should know, am I right? You disappoint me, Prime. Rarity's Manhattan branch was established during a period of great mistrust against the Changelings. Exactly, which is why she's in the form of a pony. Yes, but a celebrity pony? The element of laughter herself, a heroine of Equestria?
going undercover as such a pony would be exceedingly foolish.
So, changelings can be stupid?
You've made that quite clear, Prime. But what you're suggesting would betray a level of incompetence that even you couldn't fathom.
I walked right into that one, didn't I?
I don't suppose you have any other bright ideas.
Maybe she was the Pinkie from Canterlot High, visiting the pony world. Yeah, that's it. Look, here they are switching places, see?
Unbelievable, that's from a blooper reel.
But come on, you just know this happens.
It was alongside this for Celestia's sake. This, simply impossible.
Don't be so sure. When Midnight Sparkle was tearing the fabric between the worlds, humans were falling through the tears without becoming ponies. So human rainbow riding pony rainbow is theoretically possible.
That doesn't change the fact that the whole point of a blooper reel is to show what didn't happen. The Pinkie we saw is not a changeling, nor is she the human counterpart.
Okay, but how do you know she's from the mirror pool?
Simple. We first saw her directly after Pinkie described the mirror pool incident. And then we meet this pony, perfectly suiting our expectations for how a Pinkie clone might live. You honestly count this as mere coincidence?
Yes?
I truly expected better from you, Prime. But I'm beginning to doubt that you argue in good faith. I'll grant you one last chance to convince me that this Pinkie isn't a mirror pool clone. I expect your best.
Maybe she's Pinkie's long-lost identical twin?
Strike 3.
No, wait. If the neon pony in the dance club is the same as the Pinkie we saw that night, then...
Yes, go on.
Then why is her hair so poofy? Gotcha.
It's Pinkie. You expect her hair to stay flat?
Fair point.
I thought as much. She's a clone, and you know it. Try as you might, Saw Prime, you simply cannot avoid the fact that this Pinkie survived a murder attempt at the hoofs of your precious princess, Twilight, and justice must be served.
Wait, you're mad at Twilight, not me?
What you did was careless, but it was no massacre.
Whew, I thought it was in one of those evil twin scenarios.
Oh, believe me, Prime, if revenge on you is what I wanted, you would know. What I do want is for weak clones to be granted rights so that the Princess of Equestria can be tried for murder and imprisoned for her crimes.
Not gonna lie, I kinda like the sound of that. I'm not such a big fan of Twilight myself, you know? So, no hard feelings?
I believe my work here is done. For now. Adieu, Saw Prime. Till we meet again.
I hope Twilight still knows that spell. But what do you think? Is that neon pony a Pinkie clone? Who did we see in that diner? Should I fear for my life? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02,
Cyanax and Fairfallen,
Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Aziz the Pony of Shadows, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, the Nameless One. Congrats! And thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! A pony and a dragon walk into a portal. Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke, but it's actually the beginning of a strange mystery. On the other side of that portal, the pony became a human, but the dragon became a dog. Other ponies that went through the portal also became humans, so it's safe to assume that other dragons who go through the portal would also become dogs. But Equestria is full of creatures besides just ponies and dragons. We have griffins, hippogriffs, yaks, and changelings, just to name a few. So what would happen if any of these creatures went through the portal? So at first, it may be tempting to say that all ponies become humans and all non-ponies become dogs. Although strange, it's simple and consistent with what we've seen. Or is it?
Turns out ponies aren't the only creatures that become human. Who else? The sirens. Star Swirl and the other pillars sent the sirens to the human world, where they appeared like this. More than one input can have the same output. This tells us that the humans whose pony counterparts we haven't seen may not even have pony counterparts. If more than one species becomes human, who knows what they'd be on the other side? All we know is that they wouldn't be dragons. Which brings us back to the original mystery here. Why do some species become humans but others don't? What sets ponies and sirens apart from dragons? Maybe if we find a common thread, we can use that basis to separate equestrian creatures into humans and non-humans. So let's see. Both sirens and ponies are equines, unlike dragons. This might be the criteria. If you're equine or part equine, you become human, but if you're not, you'd become something else. Since hippogriffs are half pony, they'd become humans, but griffins, half bird, half lion, would not. Changelings, zebras, and Kirin would become human, but yaks, buffalo, and reindeer wouldn't. Of course, it's possible the criteria is more broad. Ponies and sirens are also both hooved, unlike dragons. If the separation is on a hoof basis, this opens up the human category to yaks, buffalo, reindeer, and more. Both of these models seem plausible, but there's just one problem. Diamond dogs. They're not equine, they're not hooved, so we'd expect their human world versions to be non-humans like Spikes. Probably dogs too, right? Right? Brace yourselves. If a dragon becomes a dog, why would a literal dog become whatever the heck this is? Actually, you know what? No, there's no way these things are human. To the non-human category you go. Crisis averted. For real though, this goes to show how messy and unknown this whole thing is. And that doesn't even address the matter of what non-humans become. Is dog the only other option, or are there other possibilities? Say a griffin went through. If not human, would they become a lion, or matching with Spike's domesticated theme, a cat? Maybe a bird. I like that possibility. But if they're just as unconnected as dragons are with dogs, it could be something else entirely. Unfortunately, we're stuck with speculation. Like, I imagine a changeling would become a human, but for all we know, they'd become a bug, or who knows what else. There's just no way to know until a changeling actually goes through the... Huh. I'll have to look into that. But in the meantime, at least the unknowns surrounding the mirror are a lot of fun to think about. If you want to further explore any of these possibilities, leave your thoughts in the comments on what you think any of these creatures might become. Maybe even make some art. If you do, tag me on Twitter or Instagram, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Aziz the Pony of Shadows, Cyanax, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Fairfallen. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoov. Of all the Alicorn princesses we've met, Cadance is the most mysterious. We know nothing about her life before modern times. All we have to go off is a couple tweets and a book, neither of which have been independently verified. Instead of getting a proper backstory, Cadance's history was all but ignored. Or was it? What if I told you her story has been right in front of us this whole time? So we know Cadance can spread love with her wherever she goes. She was able to restore shining armor from Chrysalis's control. Pretty neat. But this ability has a sketchier side. When Twilight was recalling the time Cadance was her babysitter, something interesting happened. The two were walking by a couple who were arguing about whether the mare should get a hoofacure with her friends. Cadance interrupted the shouting match with a love spell.
innocent enough, right? But the couple didn't shift tones to a more respectful, caring approach. They dropped the topic and got all goo-goo on each other. That didn't help them address the problem in any way. Like, imagine if the map called Cadance to a friendship problem, but all she did was cast a mind-altering spell and leave. That's basically what she did here. Did the stallion ever explain his financial concerns? Did the mayor ever convince him the importance of spa day with the ladies? Did she ever get that hoofacure? These are the questions that keep me up at night, and thanks to Cadance, we'll never know. But seriously, this lovey-dovey non-solution reminded me of another instance. An Alicorn princess plus a mushy love spell? This is all sounding familiar. If we're gonna figure out the Princess of Love, what better place to look than Hearth and Hooves Day? More specifically, how the holiday started. According to Twilight, Hearth and Hooves Day got its start with a love potion. This gave the Cutie Mark Crusaders the crazy idea to make that love potion and give it to Cheerilee and Big Mac. It was only after that they learned the rest of the story. The potion was originally crafted by a prince who gave it to a princess he liked. They became so lost in each other's eyes that they stopped doing their duties, and the kingdom fell as a result. We saw how this same spell affected Big Mac and Cheerilee. It was a dramatic violation of free will. Much worse than with Cadance, right? At least the couple she influenced was already together. But if you think about it, in concept, it's the same. Both spells distracted the two ponies from all else and replaced their focus with puppy love. And notice exactly what happened there. Two halves of a heart coming together in the middle? Even the way these spells activate is similar. Sure, the original was probably much stronger, and it was a potion instead of being cast by a horn, but that's just because the prince who made it didn't have a horn. It's essentially the same magic, which is an awfully strange connection to make. Especially when you consider that the princess in the story was depicted as an Alicorn. An odd detail, isn't it? I just can't shake the thought that this story is somehow connected to Cadance. In fact, wait, is it possible that Cadance is that Alicorn princess? Since Cadance's age is unknown and the setting of the love potion story is vague, nothing in the timeline contradicts this. So what if Cadance was the victim of that love poison and it was her kingdom that tragically fell? If so, something or someone must have saved her since she's free today. Perhaps it was Celestia who saw her trouble, came to her rescue, and separated the two for long enough to break the spell. This could fit nicely with what little we do know about Cadance. From there, maybe Celestia helped her rehabilitate, recommending her babysitting services to families enrolled at the School for Gifted Unicorns. Cadance would be helped along until she was ready to find real love and take on royal duties again. It works pretty well. But what about the similarity between the spells? If all this is true, why would Cadance use similar magic to what was used against her? Well, maybe that's why she did it. It may have given her a sense of control where she used to have none. We haven't seen her do anything like this in modern times, making me wonder if it's a crutch she had to grow out of. This certainly adds a dark twist to the pony we've grown to love. It also adds painful perspective to Chrysalis's invasion, since it wouldn't even be the first time poor Cadance had love weaponized against her. But this makes her eventual triumph that much more meaningful. Cadance isn't a Mary Sue, but some pony with a rough past who had to struggle to find healing. Some pony who goes to her friends and loved ones for support. She's an inspiration through this lens, not an impossibly perfect pony princess, and I love that. Of course, as compelling as the story is, I'm not gonna pretend it's the only possibility. Given the mystery behind Cadance, there's plenty of room for speculation, and I'll have more to say in my next video. But in the meantime, what do you think? Is Cadance that Alicorn from Hearth and Hooves Day? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Princess Starglow. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo. Who was that Alicorn from Hearts and Hooves Day? It would only be fitting for the Princess of Love to be involved, but how? Is it possible that the Alicorn is Cadance's mother? In my last video, I explored the idea that Cadance herself was the princess in that story. The love spell she cast was awfully similar to the love potion the prince whipped up, and the princess in that story was shown to be an Alicorn, making me wonder if they're the same pony. Since we don't know how exactly Alicorns age or when exactly the story took place, this might be true. So definitely check out the video after this. But those same unknowns leave us with other possibilities, such as the Hearts and Hooves Day story happening before Cadance's time. In fact, there's a chance Cadance is the direct consequence of this story. It would come as no surprise if the love spell resulted in a foal, and that foal may have been Cadance. She could be their daughter. Framing Cadance through this lens is easy. For example, her use of a love spell could be seen as her father's bad influence. But what becomes a challenge is the identity of that Alicorn princess. If she's not Cadance, who is she? Maybe Celestia or Luna? While technically possible, there's really nothing connecting either of them to the story. But who else could it be? Those are the only Alicorns that could have been around at the time. At least the only Alicorns we know of. What if the mare in the story is an Alicorn we don't know? An Alicorn besides the 5 confirmed. This would have far-reaching implications for the history of Alicorns in Equestria. And at first, it might seem like a big leap, but if you've seen my latest video on Alicorns, it's not a problem at all. Basically, I think any pony can become an Alicorn if they're exposed to magic from the 3 tribes. Check out the video for how I came to that conclusion. But if I'm right, this opens the door to there being other Alicorns in history, and the Hearts and Hooves Day story is the perfect setting for that. The tale of a prince crushing on a princess seems to indicate that Equestria used to have multiple royal families. And being royalty in the public eye, presiding over ponies of all kinds, puts you in a position to be exposed to their magic. Just due to the nature of their jobs, I find it likely that multiple royals ended up becoming Alicorns, especially if they earned praise and adoration. This would explain why the association between Alicornhood and royalty is so deeply ingrained into the culture. There's historically a strong correlation. Not all royalty were Alicorns, but most Alicorns started out as royalty. And if anyone outside royalty happened to become an Alicorn, the culture would come to see it as a sign that they were meant to rule. This way of thinking is clearly present in modern day, even though society must have changed a lot since then. Which makes you wonder how Equestria could have gone from a bunch of minor royals to just a few major ones. I think it's because as Equestria industrialized and developed infrastructure, the power in Equestria would become more centralized. All the minor prince and princesses would take a back seat to Celestia and Luna. The royals could live on, but with diminished power and more of a symbolic role in deference to the true leaders. I think we see the vestiges of this system today with Prince Blueblood. It's not clear what actual power he has, if any. Same could be said of Princess Cadance when we first met her. Perhaps that's because both are descendants of royal families who used to have a lot of sway, but once power began to concentrate on the royal sisters, not so much. I think this is the sense in which Cadance is Celestia's niece and Blueblood is Celestia's nephew. It's what remains of a royal tradition. This framework provides a bigger picture for the Hearts and Hooves Day story and lays the groundwork for how other Alicorns may have been involved. However, it leaves a big question. Where are they now? If there was at least one Alicorn besides the 5 we know, why haven't we seen them or heard anything about them aside from this? Perhaps they're just lost to history. Alicorns do have longer lifespans, but that doesn't mean they're immortal. Or perhaps they somehow lost their Alicornhood like Cozy Glow. See my Alicorn amulet video. Unfortunately, that's where we hit a dead end. Equestria is full of mystery and probably always will be, but that won't stop us from exploring different possibilities. So what do you think? Is the Alicorn from Hearts and Hooves Day Cadance or someone we know? Or is she someone else entirely? What would that mean for the history of Equestria? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons, the Nameless One, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Princess Starglow, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Equinox3141. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! And that's a wrap. I'm really proud of this one. I hope it gets lots of views. Maybe if I put Flurry Heart in the thumbnail. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! And that's a wrap. I'm really proud of this one. I hope it gets lots of views. Maybe if I put Flurry Heart in the thumbnail. Where am I? What is this? Am I about to become an Alicorn princess?
Not exactly.
Who's there?
Let me guess. You tried to go through the internet portal. You know that doesn't go anywhere, right?
I know, I wasn't trying to... What is this place?
You're in the Nexus. It's a good thing I found you here, because there's no way out if you don't know what you're doing. Which you usually don't.
Do I know you?
Sort of. Let me introduce myself. I'm known as... but you can call me Nameless.
Nameless. Something seems familiar about that name. Or lack thereof.
Well, that's because we've crossed paths before, but I'm more familiar with a different you.
Oh no, I hope you don't mean Sign. He's not making an army of himself, is he?
Who? Oh, your clone. No, I mean a different you entirely.
Oh my gosh, like a human world me?
Closer, but I'm talking about a nearly identical version of you.
You're pulling my leg.
Look at where you are. Do you really think that your Equestria is the only one? Have you never heard of the multiverse?
Oh, are you talking about those alternate timelines that Starlight created?
Now you're starting to get it. You catch on quicker than the other one.
Thanks, I think. So you've met me in one of Starlight's timelines? I always wondered what those other saws are up to.
No, the world I'm talking about doesn't come from Starlight's blundering with time magic. There are innumerable Equestrias besides just the ones you are familiar with.
And there's a different Sawtooth in each one?
In many, yes. There are quite a few different Sawtooths. Sawteeth?
Oh wow, are any of me still unreformed? Or did they all break away from the Hive? Still loyal to Chrysalis? Do they all look the same, or did they pick unicorns or alicorns instead of Earth ponies? Are any of them griffins or hippogriffs? Or maybe they just stay in their natural state? At all. Have any of them died? Wait, am I dead? Is this heaven?
Shh. I'm not answering most of those. But no, you're not dead. And like I said before, this is the Nexus. Now, time for you to go back where you belong.
No, wait. At least explain what this Nexus place even is. I have so many questions.
You'll just jump back through the portal if I don't, won't you?
Maybe I will.
Fine. The Nexus is the space between different realities. Normally, a portal goes through its own pathway and empties into another realm. You, however, skipped that by trying to step through a viewing portal that leads nowhere. Congratulations. Now that I've answered your question, let's get
So tell me about these different Equestrias. What sets my Equestria apart from the rest?
Well, yours is the Prime Universe, the original. Some would even say the canon one. It is the universe that originated all others like it.
I'm so confused.
What else is new? Let me put it like this. What if I told you Sombra reformed?
You'd be wrong. He exploded. Multiple times, in fact.
That's the thing. I'm sure you've heard multiple stories that don't seem possible. Like the time Rarity got possessed by Nightmare Moon's magic, or when the main six teamed up with the Transformers. Sentient robots disguised as cars.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Well, you'd be wrong. All of that happened, just not in your universe. It's not a question of whether it happened, it's a question of where it happened. Whether it was in your universe or somewhere else in the multiverse.
So if I hear something that I know didn't happen in my universe, it might have happened in another?
Exactly.
But what about the more questionable sources? The ones that could be from my universe, but I can't verify. Like, I know the main six's battle against the Storm King happened. It's been referenced several times in my world. But Cadance's backstory? Not once. How do I know if that account is from my universe, or if it came from somewhere else in the multiverse? We've seen this kind of stuff proven wrong before.
I suppose that's always a possibility, but most consider it to be true if it does not contradict what you know of your reality.
Like what we're hearing about Zikora's homeland and all the strange creatures there? Kelpies and Avada.
Abada. And that's definitely your universe. Feel free to look into it further, but you're not gonna find any reason to doubt it.
Oh, okay.
Now, any other questions?
This other Sawtooth, you know, what's he like?
Mostly the same as you, except the squid eyes.
The what?
And that's enough of that.
You can't just—
Next time you want to go dimension hopping, try asking before you fall into the Nexus.
What, just stick my head through the internet portal and give you a shout?
You know, you aren't the only one that can access the internet. You can find me on YouTube as the Nameless One. That's where you can see the adventures of your other self.
I'll definitely have to check that out. But first, everyone be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell to both our channels. And be sure to let us know your thoughts on all of this. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Dr. Hooves, Princess Starglow,
Vigil, Cloud Gazer, Fall Fire, Solar Scripture.
And the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, the nameless one. Oh, that's where I know you from. Ta-da! Thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves.
And I'm the Nameless One.
Signing out until Friday after next.
Brohoof.
Now about those squid eyes.
Later.
Later. How Cozy Glow became a manipulative megalomaniac who's intensely opportunistic is a complete mystery, but we may be able to uncover some of her past and learn more about her motives. For example, is it possible that Cozy Glow was originally from the human world? Looking back on Twilight's first trip to the human world, I noticed something bizarre. In the background of the cafeteria was this student, looking an awful lot like Cozy Glow. Keep in mind this was long before Twilight's school, heck, even before Twilight's castle. Yet there she is, just sitting there eating a burger. At first you might think she's too old to be Cozy Glow, but Pony Cozy is shown to be about the same age as the Cutie Mark Crusaders, who also attend Canterlot High, so this isn't a problem at all. You also might have noticed that their hairstyles are different. While definitely true, hairstyles aren't a fixed thing. Or main styles, whatever. The only real discrepancy I could find was a slight difference in eye color, but even still, the similarities are too strange to ignore. So what if this is Cozy Glow? What would that mean for us? Honestly, the scene itself doesn't tell us much. Instead, I want to focus on the more interesting question here. Granting for sake of argument that she is Cozy Glow, is she our Cozy Glow? The one that tried to take over Equestria. Think about it, if this was Cozy and she saw all of the craziness that went down at Canterlot High, a power-hungry fanatic like her would want to learn more. not like that would be hard either. There's a portal to Equestria in her school's front lawn, and it's been permanently open since the Battle of the Bands. The only challenge would be sneaking out of the castle on the other side. But this is Cozy Glow we're talking about here. I'm sure she could charm her way right through that situation, so this works out pretty well. Of course, there's always the chance that these are two separate cozies, or for that matter, that this isn't cozy at all. However, the more I looked into it, the more compelling the idea became. Let's not forget that Cozy Glow is already known to have experience with other realms. With T-Rex guidance, she was able to create a vortex to another realm, her goal being to drain all magic from Equestria. Now, I'm not suggesting she was trying to send that magic to the human world. T-Rex explained that it would disappear into the ether, not a specific universe. As wild as that would have been, no. But I still think something interesting is going on here. Like, why exactly did Cozy Glow want to drain all the magic from Equestria? We know why on the surface. It was part of her plan to rid the main six. Magic starts disappearing, she frames T-Rex the magic thief, and the main six go to Tartarus. They're able to get in with the key she packed, but unable to get out without the magic she stole. Very clever. But it's pretty overkill, isn't it? Even T-Rex thought so, and when he pointed this out, Cozy's response was, I think big. There's gotta be more to it than just that. She seemed to want magic gone for the sake of magic being gone, not just to rid the main six. But what other reason could there possibly be? If only we could get a peek into what was really going on in Cozy Glow's head. Well, fortunately, we can, and that's all thanks to the magic of projection. When Cozy Glow found the student six at the vortex, she controlled the narrative by accusing them of everything she was guilty of. She said the students sent the main six on a wild goose chase to Tartarus and that they trapped Starlight in the vortex. But she didn't just accuse them of an action, she accused them of a motivation. Quote, "These creatures want magic gone from Equestria because it's the only thing ponies have that they don't." Now, this is consistent with Cozy's method of race baiting, and I wouldn't put it past her to pull this kind of thing out of thin air, but that's not what I think is happening here. No, I think she was projecting her own motivations onto them. This applies to her. Of course, Cozy is a pony, but as a Pegasus, she can't really use magic like other beings can. At least not yet. So we could rephrase her accusation to fit herself. Cozy wants magic gone from Equestria because it's the only thing spellcasters can use that she can't. And that's why I think Cozy tried to get rid of magic, to level the playing field. It's not about what she had to gain, but what others had to lose. Cause with magic out of the equation, all that matters are connections and influence. Her specialty. Rising to the top would be a piece of cake. That's what she means when she says friendship isn't magic, friendship is power. And in a world without magic, she's exactly right. Bringing the human world back into things, we see another angle to this. If our Cozy Glow was originally a human, her accusation can be rephrased to fit her another way. Cozy wants magic gone from Equestria because it's the only thing Equestrians have that humans don't. Basically, her plan was to go into a world run by magic, get rid of the magic, and run the world herself. In this sense, Cozy Glow is the anti-Sunset Shimmer. Instead of taking advantage of a magicless world by introducing magic, she took advantage of a magical world by unintroducing magic. The sheer chaos that would have resulted from this long term would have been the perfect playground for Cozy Glow. And that's true regardless of which world she's from. Though, if she was a human, where's the original pony Cozy Glow? Probably on some secret moon base with the original human Sunset Shimmer. But what do you guys think? Am I right about why Cozy Glow drained magic out of Equestria? Is she from the human world, and is that her we saw in the cafeteria? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Maximilian HG, Equinox 3141, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Princess Starglow, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Petrolhead02. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof.
Rainbow Dash had a flashback in which we saw this pony. I think we all naturally assumed this was Rainbow's dad. I mean, look at him. It's kind of a no-brainer. But then we met Bo. Bo, Hothoof, and Windy Whistles were revealed to be Rainbow Dash's parents, and I can't help but notice the differences between Bo and the pony from the flashback. Yes, bodies can change over time, but Bo looked pretty much the same back then, and the other pony looks pretty much the same nowadays. Plus, you know what can't change over time? Cutie marks. Though similar, these marks just can't be reconciled. So unless there's some changeling shenanigans going on here, these aren't the same pony. This got me thinking, if Bo Hothoof is Rainbow Dash's dad, then who is this? As I learned recently, the answer doesn't always lie in a single universe. It's possible that Rainbow Blaze, as he's called, and Bo Hothoof are both Rainbow Dash's father, but in different universes. This would solve the problem, yay multiverse. However, that would mean any event with Blaze happened in a different universe than any event with Bo. Things get messy fast. It's much simpler and just as likely, if not more, that Bo and Blaze exist within the same universe. So let's focus on that possibility. Given that these are two different ponies in the same universe, who is Rainbow Blaze? I think it's safe to say he's related to Bo somehow. I mean, can you imagine these two ponies not being relatives? That said, with just how similar they look, I find it likely that these two are brothers. This would make Blaze Rainbow Dash's uncle. Or would it? Conspiracy time. How do we know Bo Hothoof is Rainbow's true father? I mean, that's the claim, but sometimes the truth is more complicated. As far as looks go, Rainbow Dash could just as feasibly be Blaze's child. In fact, as far as looks go, it's more likely. We're talking about the Wonderbolt Rainbow Dash here. If I had to guess which one of these was her dad, I'd guess the athletic body type, not the bulky body type. So what if there's more to Rainbow's origin than meets the eye? A controversial past. That's right, I think Windy Whistles cheated on Bo Hothoof with Blaze, resulting in the Pegasus we've known since the beginning, Rainbow Dash. This whole time, Bo Hothoof was raising Blaze's daughter, but since their genetics are so close, no one was ever able to tell.
That makes sense, right?
Windy was able to pass Rainbow Dash off as Bo's daughter and successfully buried her past with Blaze. That is, until now. Her dark secret has finally been revealed. An ironic origin story for the element of loyalty. But what do you think? Leave your thoughts in the Okay, come on. If I can make 2 Hearts and Hopes Day videos in March, I can make an April Fool's video in May. Clearly, things get weird when you pose Blaze as the true father. There are multiple ways this could work without cheating that have varying degrees of likelihood, but since there's no reason to believe any of them, let's just accept that Bo is Rainbow's dad. All that aside, I'm still left with questions about Rainbow Blaze and how he relates to Rainbow Dash. I still think he's probably her uncle, but specifically what role does he play in her life? Obviously, he has some importance to her since they were seen together way back then and more recently since he visited Ponyville for heartswarming. But it's that first sighting that gives us our biggest hint. Blaze and Dash were at an announcement regarding the Equestria Games. If they both cared about the games, maybe these two bonded over their shared athleticism. In fact, it's possible Blaze was Rainbow Dash's original inspiration. He may have been that cool athletic uncle with a passion for flying, and that passion may have rubbed off on little Dash. We never learned how she did originally find her love of flying, which makes me wonder if Rainbow Blaze is the answer. If so, it's a shame that such an important pony was only seen twice and never even mentioned by name. That's why I'm left with questions here. Questions that, despite our best guesses, we may never have answers to. But for real now, what do you think? Who is this pony and how does he connect to Rainbow Dash? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Cyanax, Gilded Page, Dr. Hooves, Princess Starglow, Jasmine Foxcoon, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Fairfallen.
congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Can we talk about unicorns? Compared to the other two tribes, they're pretty overpowered. Sure, Pegasi can fly and walk on clouds, but using magic, so can unicorns. And earth ponies are good with the ground or something, but there's probably a spell for that too. Honestly, the existence of magic in Equestria gives spellcasters a huge advantage over non-spellcasters, and some might see this as a problem that needs to be solved. For most of pony society, unicorns have basically had the monopoly on magic power, but as I've come to realize, this could also mean an unfair economic advantage. Even back when the economy was largely trade-based, finding precious resources like gems would certainly give an upper hoof, and unicorns have a spell for that. There's probably spells to find precious metals too, like whatever bits are made of. On top of that, unicorns may be able to create those rare materials. Snowfall Frost from the Legend of a Hearth-Swarming Tale was shown to be practicing alchemy, turning worthless material into gold. She'd have no interest in doing that unless gold had some value to it, and since the process required unicorn magic, only unicorns had access to that value. Now, A Hearth-Swarming Tale was told as a story, but so was The Legend of the Windigos and The Legend of Nightmare Moon. Plus, alchemy has also been hinted at elsewhere in this world, so I find it likely that during the Hearth-Swarming Tale era of history, unicorns such as Snowfall took advantage of such powers to hoard riches. This crazy abuse of magical power wouldn't have gone unnoticed. There probably would have been a huge public outcry against those unicorns, which I think may have resulted in something we're all familiar with. The bit. The creation of a standardized currency that can be tracked and tested for counterfeit. Alongside this measure, alchemy was probably criminalized, at least in most situations. This would explain why we never saw bits used in or before the Hearth-Swarming Tale era, and why we haven't seen alchemy used since then. The right system may be able to even things out, though the effects of the old system may still be around today. One look at Canterlot, and it's clear that Equestria's upper class is dominated by unicorns. Their status may, in some part, be inherited from the unicorns of the past who used alchemy or similar methods. But economics aside, the root of the problem is still ever present: the imbalance of magic between the tribes. As far as sheer power and ability goes, ponies with horns still have the advantage. Of course, the surest way to fix that problem is to pull a Cozy Glow and drain all the magic out of Equestria. That would result in a fair system, and I can honestly imagine a small group of anti-magic radicals advocating for just that. Which, now that I think about it, it's a little concerning that all they would need is a few artifacts, a fancy scribble in the ground in 3 days' time. As a changeling, I might be biased, but that would be bad. I like magic, and I would much rather seek a solution that gives magic to those without rather than taking it from those with. At first, that might sound far-fetched, but casting through horns is only one way to use magic. Unicorns have innate magic, it's just a part of them. The same can be said of how changelings transform, but creatures without innate magic could still transform as long as they have the right artifact. Hippogriffs, or sea ponies, because of their pearl necklaces, they can magically transform. Artifacts can be used for many things: teleportation, raising the sun and moon, bringing about tsunamis, erasing memories, and creating time loops, just to name a few. And that's not to mention brews and potions. Look at Zecora. Zebras can't cast spells, but she was determined to learn magic anyway. She took inspiration from Mage Meadowbrook, a simple earth pony whose use of magical brews turned her into a legend. Taking after her, Zecora has certainly seen success in the field of magic, to say the least. There's a lot of untapped potential for non-spellcasters who want to use magic, and eventually it might be commonplace for all of them to carry around artifacts or potions. But that doesn't mean it's fair, does it? Since unicorns have access to those things too, as well as their innate powers. However, I find this to be a much better compromise than getting rid of magic altogether. Between you and me, the obvious solution is for everyone to become Alicorns. But I don't think society is ready for that one. Yet. But what do you think? Have unicorns taken advantage of their powers in the past? Is there a problem here? And if so, how should it be solved? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Cyanax and Fairfallen, Dr. Hooves, Princess Starglow, Jasmine Foxcoon, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Maximilian HG. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing off until Friday after next. Rohu! Chrysalis was able to take over Equestria, at least once Starlight prevented the main six from ever meeting. But the main six weren't the ones who stopped Chrysalis when she tried to take over. Twilight played a big part, but she's always been close to Shining and would have been at his wedding anyway. Remove the rest of the main six from the story and everything else happens the same. Twilight notices the bride-to-be acting suspiciously, she pokes around and gets too close to the truth. Chrysalis banishes her to the mines where she finds the real Cadance. The two make their escape and interrupt the fake wedding. Celestia's standoff fails, but Twilight frees Cadance for long enough to restore Shining armor. And finally, Cadance and Shining do the love blast. No main six required for any of that. So if Chrysalis's plan was doomed to fail with or without the main six, how was Chrysalis able to take over Equestria at all? If Chrysalis had done this exact same plan in the alternate timeline, she just would have failed again. So what gives? What did she do differently? Well, everything. Chrysalis couldn't have done the same plan if she wanted to, because she was working within an entirely different set of circumstances. In this timeline, I don't think there even was a royal wedding for Chrysalis to infiltrate. Cadance and Shining armor never became a couple. But how could this be possible? The main six didn't bring these two together. When they were invited to the wedding, it was the first time any of them had heard about it. So why would a world without the main six be any different? Why wouldn't these two be a couple? Because it's not about the main six. It's about how Starlight prevented them from meeting. The rain boom. Shining and Cadance wouldn't have come together without the sonic rain boom. At first those things may seem unconnected, but they aren't, because they're both connected to Twilight. To explain what I mean, here's how I think it happened in our timeline. We know the rain boom caused Twilight to pass her entrance exam with flying colors. This resulted in her immediately becoming the personal protege of the Princess of Equestria. Twilight became a VIP early in life, which is why I think she had such a high status pony like Cadance as a foal sitter. Now, having Cadance in the Sparkle family's private life is probably how she and Shining met and came to interact casually instead of formally. Now do you see the connection? From there they get to know each other and fall in love. But in Starlight's timelines, there was no rain boom, so the rest of the story falls apart. Twilight never becomes Celestia's protege, Cadance never foal sits Twilight, and Shining never meets Cadance. Of course, Shining still may have pursued a career in the Royal Guard, and this may have caused him to brush shoulders with royalty, but their relationships would have been purely professional. I think Cadance being Twilight's foal sitter is the reason she and Shining knew each other as mutuals, and thus dating material. That opportunity wouldn't have come if Twilight failed her entrance exam, if the rain boom hadn't happened. Not only did Starlight prevent Equestria's most famous friend group, she prevented Equestria's most famous couple. So with no royal wedding, Chrysalis's plan in the alternate timeline must have been radically different from the one we know. But what was her plan? Did she impersonate someone else instead? If a single change snowballed into so many ponies never coming together, who knows what other scenarios Chrysalis may have found herself in? The unknowns are infinite. Her plan could have been anything, and there's just no way to figure it out.
Have you tried asking?
You're the nameless guy, right?
The Nameless One. But yes, interdimensional framing device at your service.
What are you saying?
I have access to the multiverse, you have access to me. Why puzzle over it when you can investigate for yourself?
You mean I can just go to that timeline and figure out what happened?
If you're smart enough. Here, let me open a portal. All of the answers you are looking for are right here. Oh, hold up. No, definitely not. Ah, here it is.
Gosh, I've never done anything like this before.
You'll be fine. Just shout if you need me.
This is gonna require a part 2, isn't it?
You should probably go ahead and wrap things up here.
Do you think I'm right so far? What am I about to find out? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. That nameless fella. Equinox 3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead 02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Jasmine Foxcoon, Aziz the Pony of Shadows, Allison H, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Gilded Page. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Okay, now, are you sure this is a good idea?
Bye-bye. Have fun.
Chrysalis's plan in the alternate timeline must have been radically different from the one we know. But what was her plan? There's just no way to figure it out.
Have you tried asking? Why puzzle over it when you can investigate for yourself? Let me open a portal.
Now, are you sure this is a good idea?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, okay. I'm really doing this. Excuse me, sir, do you have a moment to... Do you mind if I ask a few... who can I trust in this world? Certainly not the Changeling. Huh. It's about time I paid myself a visit. But where would they be? In my timeline, I escaped the Queen's army to live in the safety of Equestria. So in this world, where Chrysalis rules Equestria, a deserter like me would have nowhere to hide. Which means this world's Sawtooth is either in prison or dead. Hopefully they're just in a jail cell somewhere. Psst, Sawtooth. Huh? It's me, you, but from a different timeline. Okay, what are you trying to sell? No, listen to my voice, I'm you. Yeah, I can sound like anyone too. You're not special. And what's with the Earth Pony? Show yourself. Jeez, fine. There. The heck kind of hive did you come from? Yours. Mine. It's the same hive. Then why are you still using my voice? What do you have to hide, strangeling? Nothing. It's my voice. Our voice. How can I prove this to you? Tell me something only I would know. Ooh. Okay, point proven. You really are me. From another timeline, you said? What happened? Someone changed the past. None of this Chrysalis stuff was supposed to happen. Then what was supposed to happen? It's a long story. Listen, I'm here to learn about your timeline, not talk about mine. You can't just trot in here and say you're from a time where things are better and not explain yourself. I'll tell you about my history once you tell me about yours. Fine. So the city of Canterlot was gearing up for a big wedding between Princess Cadance and Shining Armor. Chrysalis infiltrated Canterlot and imprisoned Cadance, taking her form and drawing power from Shining Armor's love. But the real Princess Cadance was able to escape and heal Shining Armor, and before Chrysalis had any time to react, the bride and groom exploded. Exploded? Exploded. You know, like a love explosion? Of course, silly me. It sent the changelings flying. I started living in Equestria after that, and things were pretty much fine until this unicorn went back in time and changed a thing, creating this alternate timeline where Chrysalis was successful. But I'm trying to figure out how she was successful. Huh. You said the queen tried to take advantage of a big wedding? Sounds about right. She had her eyes set on Equestria for years, just waiting for the right tactical advantage. There is something special about this place, or at least there was. But it was different for you, right? What did your Chrysalis take advantage of? We caught Equestria in a vulnerable state. Turns out we weren't its only enemies. Things were already dark when we arrived. Literally. Literally? Of course, Nightmare Moon. She would have been released on the longest day of the 1000th year with or without the main 6. And what about Discord? Discord? Huh, maybe Nightmare Moon took care of him. Or perhaps he hasn't broken out of stone yet in this timeline? Anyway, keep going. Okay, so the evil Moon Queen had overthrown the Sun Queen, banished her to the moon, and hid the sun from us. I think you mean Nightmare Moon and Celestia. Do you want me to say what happened or not? Sorry. Anyway, the Sun Queen was really popular with the Ponies. They missed her, like, a lot. So Chrysalis decided to capitalize on it, took her form, pretended to be her, gave Ponies hope. She would say things like, "That image of me on the moon is an illusion meant to dishearten you. I'm alive and well, and with your help, we can take back Equestria." Boy, did they eat that up. They were just so desperate for hope. Bet they weren't the only ones eating up. All that love must have been quite the feast for Chrysalis, like Shining's love for Cadance times 1,000. Oh, yeah, it was crazy, but the manipulation didn't stop there. She organized them, inspired those poor ponies to fight for her. She had us changelings disguise ourselves as the Pony Royal Guard, and we fought alongside the ponies to bring down the Moon Queen. Between the Pony Army, our army, and Chrysalis's super-powered self, the Moon Queen and her army stood no chance. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I didn't mind fighting against the Moon Queen, but we weren't there to stop tyranny, just replace it with our own. That's when Phase 2 started. The Queen dropped her disguise in front of all the ponies and ordered us to do the same. I'll never forget the look on their faces as we transformed, watching the hope in their eyes die as they realized they'd been fighting for nothing, that their comrades in battle were about to be their doom. I wish I could say I turned things around and fought for the ponies, but I ran as far as I could from there. And that's pretty much the end of it. Chrysalis won the battle, she hunted me down, and charged me with treason. Look where that got me. Yeah, speaking of that, why are you still in jail? I was charged with treason. I know, but I've been behind bars my share of times as well, but never for more than a few minutes. Just morph into something small and slide between the bars. Easy peasy. This is a changeling prison. Trust me, they thought of that. Oh, well, I'm not gonna let you stay in there. Nameless dude.
One.
Yeah, can you get rid of that magic force field?
I think I know someone who can help.
That was more than just squid eyes.
Don't worry about it.
It worked. I'm actually free. Thank you. Oh, of course. I always have my back. In fact, hey, I'd hate to be trapped in this dump. Wanna come back to the good Equestria with me? I can do that?
I don't see why not.
So, what'll it be? I never thought I'd have a chance like this. But, no. No? I ran once, I'm not running again. This timeline needs me. You said Chrysalis was defeated by the love between Princess Candace and Sparkling Shield, right? Cadance and Shining Armor, but yes. Though they're not together in this world. Because, of course, without the Sonic Rain Boom, Cadance would not have been Twilight's full sitter, and therefore wouldn't have met Shining Armor in quite the same way.
But didn't Twilight have Cadance as a full sitter before the Rain Boom? I'm pretty sure she was still a blank flank. Sawtooth! It's okay, you know. There's an infinite number of possibilities, and Shining and Cadance may not have come together in many of them. You could still be right, albeit for the wrong reasons.
So, hypothetically, if they aren't together and I got them back together, they could set things right here?
I guess it's possible, but that's kind of a long shot.
I don't care. I owe it to my world to try everything I can. Thanks for the offer, but I have a score to settle. Oh, okay, go get him, matchmaker. You got this.
They don't got this.
Not a chance. Now let's get out of here.
So what do you think about the other Sawtooth story? It hadn't occurred to me that multiple villains could be at play in each timeline. What could this mean for the other timeline Starlight left behind? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And thank you to the Nameless One for helping me figure things out. Go show his YouTube some love. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Princess Starglow, Jasmine Foxcoon, Aziz the Pony of Shadows, Allison H, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Cyanax. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. My next video is gonna be a bit later than usual, but it'll be a fun one, so don't worry. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until July 9th. Brohoof. Y'all remember when Twilight went back in time to warn herself not to worry, which caused her to worry in the first place? Which resulted in her going back in time and warning herself not to worry, which caused her to worry in the first place? Make it make sense. Challenge accepted. Future Sawtooth here, filling in for past Sawtooth, who doesn't know the answer to this problem, so I'm gonna teach them, and you if you'll stick around for it. So how did Twilight know there was a time travel spell in the Star Swirl the Bearded wing of the Canterlot archives? Well, future Twilight told her. And how did future Twilight know? Well, when she was past Twilight, future Twilight told her. So she went on to tell her past self, who went on to tell her past self, so on and so forth. But where did this information originally come from? Seemingly nowhere. We're used to events causing other events, but this event caused itself. This is what's known as the bootstrap paradox. Imagine trying to pull yourself up by your boots. You can't, because you're in them. That's what this is, an impossible situation. Those just don't happen, unless Discord is involved, but he was in stone at the time, so there must be more going on here than meets the eye. In order to figure this out, let's do something a little different and jump universes, because another time traveler has been in a very similar situation. The TARDIS is the Doctor's time machine. It's basically a phone box that's bigger on the inside and can materialize anywhere in space and time, which happen to be the names of the shorts I'll be referring to. I highly recommend watching them first. Check out the playlist here or in the description, but if not, I'll explain what happened. Here's your spoiler warning. So the TARDIS materialized inside itself. Not supposed to happen. So when you go through one door, you come out the other. Weird, right? But to make things even weirder, the TARDIS exterior drifted forward in time, so that anyone who went through this door came out the other door, but slightly in the past. So instead of like this, it looked like this. Here's where the paradox comes in. The entire TARDIS was about to blow if the Doctor didn't pull the right lever. Problem was, he didn't know which lever. So how did he get out of this situation? Ready for this? The future Doctor came through the door declaring the right lever, so past Doctor pulled that lever and went through the other door, becoming the future Doctor that declared the right lever. I know, my head is spinning too, but here we have a similar situation. Future Doctor knew which lever to pull because when he was past Doctor, future Doctor told him which lever to pull. But the knowledge itself came from nowhere. Or did it? I suspect there's more to the story, that buried beneath this perfect loop lie multiple previous iterations of this moment that led to the perfect loop. Time travel scenarios like this may settle into nice loops, but that doesn't mean they started out that way. Here's what I mean. I think there was an original iteration of this moment in which no future Doctor came through that door. All the Doctor could do was guess. So he pulls a lever at random. Wrong lever. But before the TARDIS explodes, he goes through the door into the past and tells his past self which lever not to pull. Past Doctor pulls a different lever, also wrong. But before the TARDIS explodes, he goes through the door and tells his past self which levers not to pull. Past Doctor pulls another lever, this time getting it right. So he goes through the door and confidently declares the correct lever, officially starting the loop we know. The knowledge of which lever to pull didn't come out of the void, it arose from the process of elimination across multiple iterations of the same moment. The information came from the hidden timelines beneath the loop that caused the loop.
Now, let's take this idea and apply it to Twilight's situation. Sure, Twilight's only motivation to go back in time was to keep her past self from worrying, but beneath this loop may also tell a different story. There may have been an actual disaster that prompted Twilight to use time travel in the first place. I mean, think of how much was fixed due to Twilight's worrying. Ponyville's bridge was cracking, their dam was leaking, and that's just locally. Twilight had her friends disaster-proof all of Equestria. If it weren't for that vague warning from future Twilight, something terrible might have actually gone down, and it may have been enough to push Twilight to desperate measures. Though let's be honest, this is pre-Alicorn Twilight we're talking about here, it wouldn't even take that much. So here's how I think it may have happened. In that original timeline where Twilight never receives a warning from her future self, there is no disaster proofing, and something goes wrong. This sends Twilight into a tailspin. Maybe she's afraid Celestia will kick her from her studies or something. So in a fit of desperation, she rushes to the Canterlot archives, discovers for herself that there's a time travel spell in the Star Swirl Wing, and casts it. Pause. It's important to note that this Twilight wouldn't have looked like the future Twilight we know. She may have had the funky suit, but she wouldn't have had the crazy mane, bandage, or eye patch, because those she only got by trying to avoid disaster, which this Twilight had no reason to do. You know what she may still have had though? The scar. The one she got from Celestia's lost dog poster. This is because, as far as we can tell, Cerberus would have escaped with or without warning or disaster proofing. Besides the scar, this Twilight may have shown some wear from whatever the actual disaster was, as well as wear from returning Cerberus. This is the Twilight that first went back in time, the one that started this whole mess. So she arrives in the past, but of course with past Twilight's overwhelming curiosity, she can't fit a word in edgewise. This leaves past Twilight with no idea what the coming disaster is. She does everything she can to disaster-proof Equestria, but after returning Cerberus and getting the scar she saw on future Twilight, she worries the disaster is still yet to come. In reality, she already prevented it, but she goes on to try different methods of preventing the disaster anyway, slowly becoming the future Twilight we know for the first time. The only difference between this iteration and the one we all know is that this Twilight doesn't recognize these signs, since the first Twilight to time travel didn't have them. Even still, the end result is the same. She still fears that the disaster can't be prevented, and that the only solution is to stop time. This sends her to the Star Swirl Wing that future Twilight mentioned. She looks for a time-stopping spell to no avail, and finally, when disaster never strikes, she figures there is nothing to worry about, and goes back in time to tell herself just that. But of course, with past Twilight's overwhelming curiosity, she can't fit a word in edgewise, and the loop we know has officially begun. The paradox wasn't a paradox at all. There was originally a disaster worth time traveling over, but in perfect Twilight fashion, her overreaction took the focus and became the subject of the time loop. Even if I'm not 100% on the details, the main idea is the same. What seems logically impossible on the surface may just be the result of a deeper, unseen process. Did you get all that? I think so. Good, because now it's your turn to explain. What? To who? To you, of course, once you go back in time and become me. Here's a copy of the spell. Wait, do I have to remember everything you just said? It just sort of happens. And how do you know I'll even be able to cast this? Because I was able to when I was you. I guess that makes sense. Okay, what's my first line? Challenge accepted. Gotcha. Sawtooth, you have got to stop talking to yourself. Starting now. Whether it's my clone, my alternate timeline self, or my past or future self, perhaps I shouldn't be making a habit of this. But what do you think of those ideas? Is there more to the time loop than just what we saw? Was there an actual disaster? If you think all this is wrong, don't look at me, I'm just repeating what I heard myself say. I'm guessing some iteration of me came up with this and told it to their past self so they wouldn't have to come up with it themselves? Regardless, leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Equinox3141, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Allison H, Grim Eclipse, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, the Nameless One. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof.
Starlight prevented the rain boom in 7 different ways, resulting in 7 alternate timelines. If you include ours, this adventure took place over the course of 8 timelines, right? Well, what if I told you there was a 9th, and it's even creepier than all the others? When Starlight finally let the rain boom happen, she, Twilight, and Spike were returned to the present of the main timeline. Or were they? The world they returned to seems like the one they left, but what if it's not? The way I've been interpreting time travel suggests these might be entirely different worlds. Here's what I mean. Starlight may not have intentionally changed anything this time, but just being there was already a change. It's part of this timeline now that the rain boom had 3 extra spectators that weren't originally there. This may be a small change, but it's a change nonetheless. These can't be the same timeline if they have different histories. Once they had altered the past just by being there, they couldn't return to the present of a timeline in which they weren't there. They could only ever continue forward into different timelines, even if everything else was exactly the same. So what does this mean for Twilight, Starlight, and Spike? Nothing. As far as they can tell, life goes on as usual, but this isn't about them. It's about the world they unknowingly left behind. The forgotten first timeline. This is the one we started out in. The one where we met the main 6, saw them take on the villains, and discover their destinies. But since we followed Twilight into that alternate timeline, all of that was left behind, switched out for a nearly identical copy. Abandoned. If this is true, we haven't seen anything in the original timeline past the moment Starlight cast the spell. On the flip side, once that spell was cast, no one in the original timeline would ever hear from Twilight, Starlight, or Spike again. It's chilling to think about that somewhere out there, that timeline goes on without them, without us. What might that world even look like? Well, it wouldn't take long for the rest of the main 6 to realize Twilight was nowhere to be found, and the throne room would show no signs of what went down there. And since Spike is the only other person Twilight told about seeing Starlight, the rest of the main 6 wouldn't even be able to piece together what happened. No closure whatsoever. They could start searches, but ultimately they'd just have to learn to live without Twilight or Spike. Celestia would have to look for a new replacement from scratch. But that would be the least of Equestria's worries. The first major departure from our timeline would occur at the Crystalling. Flurry would still be born, and she'd probably still break the crystal heart. But this time, without Twilight to guide Starlight into reuniting with Sunburst, winter would consume the Crystal Empire. Who knows how this would affect the rest of Equestria? But Equestria will have its own problems. If Chrysalis still tried her second invasion attempt, Starlight wouldn't be there to stand in her way. Thorax wouldn't have come to the Crystal Empire and befriended Spike, and Trixie wouldn't have grown close to Starlight. Without that group of misfits, nothing would hold Chrysalis back from victory. So yeah, the original timeline might just be another Chrysalis timeline now. I don't think the Pony of Shadows would come into play, since Sunburst would have no reason to visit Ponyville and buy the barrel that had Starswirl's journal. Stygian and the Pillars would stay in limbo. Cozy Glow, on the other hoof, may still try to wreak havoc. Without the School of Friendship, her schemes would have looked much different, but she may still have pen-palled Tyrek and gathered enough artifacts to drain Equestria's magic. Whatever happens, this world would quickly become unrecognizable. And all because Twilight, Starlight, and Spike vanished from that timeline to ours. Pretty depressing, I know, but if it makes you feel better, I could be totally wrong. Time travel might work differently. For example, the 2 rain boom timelines may have merged back together since there was no real variance after that single moment. There's no reason to think they did, but there's also no reason to think they didn't. It really just depends on how time travel works, which we may never know. Unless... Nameless?
What is it?
If you go back in time and then return without changing anything, does it still branch off into its own timeline?
So you want to learn the secrets of time itself now, huh? Do I look like a search engine to you? Oh, I have a time travel question. Why don't I just nameless it? Some things are better left unknown, kid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
I guess we'll never know then, but what do you think? Am I right about the two Rainboom timelines? If so, what's the original timeline like now? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves, and thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Gilded Page, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Allison H, Grimeclips, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Petrolheado2. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! I just realized that my past 4 videos are all about disasters happening in alternate timelines. As much as I enjoy exploring the multiverse, let's cover something a little simpler and lighthearted for a change, like ladybugs. No, seriously, there's a really strange pattern with ladybugs in Equestria. This odd connection was first noticed by SassQ on MLPforums.com. They pointed out that whenever we saw a ladybug, there was a portal nearby. Sounds pretty random, right? But hear them out. The very first thing we ever saw in any alternate world was a ladybug. This was our introduction to the human world. And then, in the next Human World adventure, when the main 6 were hanging out by the portal, we saw a ladybug again, this time with Fluttershy putting extra focus on it. But maybe this just means that there's ladybugs outside Canterlot High, so what? Well, it's not just there. Over in Equestria, right after the main 6 went through the portal from the Breezy's world back into theirs, we were greeted with, you guessed it, a ladybug. Weird, isn't it? Now we have 3 different instances with portals and 3 different sightings of ladybugs. What could this possibly mean? Am I saying there's a secret cabal of ladybugs controlling the portals between worlds and traveling across the multiverse? Yes. This secret society of ladybugs has portaled its way into every aspect of our lives. Not even our nursery rhymes are safe. Sunshine, sunshine, ladybugs. Awake. Okay, maybe not, but it is weird that this correlation happened 3 different times. It could be a coincidence, but what if there's more to this? SassQ wasn't able to figure it out, but it's been quite a while since that post was made, and since then, more ladybugs have appeared. Let's see if we can shed some light on this. Our next ladybug sighting was when Twilight opened her school of friendship. On Ocelis's first day, she was too shy to stay in her natural form, so she morphed into a pony with a ladybug cutie mark. And were there any portals nearby? Well, Chancellor Naysay did eventually portal to the school, but that's a bit of a stretch. Things only fall apart more from here. Our next sighting of a ladybug was when Chrysalis went to gather hair samples from the main 6. Curiously, her pony disguise also had a ladybug cutie mark, this time with no portals around at all. That connection is weakening, but we're beginning to see another pattern here. 2 different changelings with ladybugs for cutie marks? What are the odds? Well, on the surface, the explanation is pretty simple. I mean, both Ocelis and Chrysalis are ladies, and they are bugs, making ladybugs the perfect symbol for them. But it goes a bit deeper than that, and that's when I realized what ladybugs actually mean. Because there's something that all 5 of these ladybug examples have in common. The portals were just a red herring. The true common thread
is change. Think about it. The portal from the first two examples changes your form. When we saw that first Ladybug, Twilight had just undergone a major change into a human. In the third example with the Breezies, the Ladybug was there as the main six changed from Breezy back to Pony. It was there representing the change, not the portal. And in the last two examples, well, they're changelings. Change is in the name. Ladybugs in this world seem to be associated with change, and that makes sense. Though they're most commonly a symbol of good luck, ladybugs are also known as a symbol of change. This is because they hibernate through the winter and come out in the spring. These cute little red bugs are a sign of the changing seasons. Sunshine, sunshine, ladybugs awake. This is the true meaning of ladybugs in Equestria. No conspiracy necessary. Though...
Oh, Celestia, please don't.
Change could be taken to mean a change in the timeline.
There they go.
This would explain why Twilight was deathly afraid of ladybugs here, but didn't bat an eye at them here. If the cause of her fear was, as she said, the ladybug swarm that invaded her house when she was a filly, she should have been afraid in both. Those events must have only happened in this Twilight's past. These are different timelines. A swarm of ladybugs must have gone back in time to terrorize little filly Twilight, so that in the future, they would become the greatest weakness of the most powerful pony in Equestria. In this timeline, Equestria is now overrun by ladybugs. You should be afraid, Twilight. Be very afraid. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be taking a break from time travel theories. Just ignore the last 30 seconds. But what do you think about the rest of it? Am I right about ladybugs representing change, or is it all coincidence? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Also, huge thanks to Crooked Beetles for those hilarious visuals earlier. For more amazing stuff like that, check out our TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead 02, Gilded Page, Cyanax, Allison H, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Princess Starglow. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof! Is there a human world version of Discord? I'm not so sure. The human world seems to have a version of every equestrian creature, but we don't know if Discord is even from Equestria. He could be older than Equestria itself for all we know. I mean, we've seen what kind of non-equestrian creatures he's befriended over the centuries, and he certainly doesn't live in Equestria, so I'm inclined to think the human world doesn't have its own Discord. But that doesn't mean Discord couldn't go to the human world. In fact, the evidence suggests he already has. Here's a question for you. What would happen if Discord went through the portal to the human world? Would he separate into all his components and disperse? Or maybe he'd turn into a human? Possibly. But if Discord doesn't make sense in Equestria, what's to say he'd make sense anywhere else? When it comes to Discord, I think he'd take the form of whatever form he wants to take. Nameless says a being as powerful as Discord going through the portal might just be able to sense the transformation magic and say no to it. Plus, it's Discord. He wouldn't need the mirror in the first place. He could take the form of a human if he wanted, but there's no reason Discord would have to change. As it happens, I think this is the form he was in when he went to the human world. And all that comes from one small but intriguing piece of evidence. With the portal now open indefinitely and the Sirens recently defeated, the main six were able to spend an evening together at a carnival. Shenanigans ensued, but one moment in particular caught me off guard. Twilight held out a Discord plushie, to which Fluttershy whacked it out of her hands. For something that happened in just 1 second, there's a lot to unpack here. Obviously, Twilight knows about Discord. She'd been through a lot with him by this point. So it wouldn't be surprising if she had made this plushie, but it's implied that she won it at the fair. why would the fair have Discord plushies? The simplest explanation I can think of would be if the plushie was originally a stuffed bear or something, and Discord dropped by to poof it into his own image. It might be as easy as that. But we also have to consider the possibility that this plushie, as we saw it, was designed and manufactured by other humans. Meaning Twilight's not the only person in this world who knows about Discord. Now that is a can of worms. I can think of two different ways humans may have learned about Discord. First, Twilight told about him. She described his likeness and he became public knowledge through her. This could explain Fluttershy's reaction. While she was unwilling to whack the moles, she had no problem whacking Discord. Maybe that's because Twilight told her of his history with manipulating animals. Even if Twilight also explained his reformation, this Fluttershy can't personally attest to that. Of course, Fluttershy's reaction could have a much simpler explanation. She loves nature, not so much freaks of nature. Both of these explanations match what we know about Fluttershy, so we don't know if Twilight ever talked about Discord to her, let alone the rest of the world. If she didn't, that brings us to the second and more fun possibility, that Discord has made appearances in this world. People have seen him, and through these sightings, he's become a well-established figure. Come on, isn't this exactly what you'd expect from Discord? Going to a nice and orderly world just to mess with people? I like to think he got an early start, appearing to ancient humans and thus establishing himself in their mythology. That would mean this plushie is a depiction of an ancient legend, and there's probably tales and rumors of the craziness this mythological beast would bring. It's even possible he still messes with humans today, perhaps using different forms depending on what his goal is. All of this is perfectly consistent with Discord's nature. However, it would bring up the question of Twilight's reaction, or lack thereof. Shouldn't she be surprised to see a plushie of Discord, especially if she hadn't mentioned a word about him? Not necessarily. I think Twilight would be just as unsurprised as I would be to find that Discord had meddled in human affairs. Or maybe she just didn't consider the plushie's implications in the high of the moment. Not everyone picks apart tiny details like I do. Unfortunately, this 1 second of material isn't nearly enough to tell us what's actually going on here. I'd ask the Spirit of Chaos himself, but he must not be getting my letters. One way or another, I think Discord is to blame for this. But what do you think? Has Discord visited the human world? What did he do? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Allison H, Grimeclips, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Gilded Page. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until next Friday. Why not? Brohoo! There's one question I've gotten more than any other. Where's the original human sunset Shimmer? Cause the one we know is from Equestria. We met the original human Twilight, but why haven't we heard anything about Sunset? It's possible we've been asking the wrong question. Instead of where's human Sunset, maybe we should be asking, is there a human Sunset? She may not even have a human world counterpart. Think about it this way. No one has brought the worlds together more than Sunset. She introduced magic to the human world and introduced the human world to Equestria's rulers. These worlds are connected and tied together through Sunset. This might have been her destiny from the beginning. Look at her cutie mark. The two colors may symbolize both worlds and the balance she brings between them. She doesn't have two different places, one in each world. She has one place between the two worlds. And there's no need to have a reflection in the other world if she's meant to be the hinge that connects them.
Now, I do like this idea. It's poetic and all, but it can't be proven. Even if we never ever see an alternate Sunset Shimmer, it'll always be possible that she's out there beyond our detection. Because of this, we have to consider the possibility that Sunset does have a human world counterpart, or at least did. There's an idea floating around that the Equestrian Sunset killed the human world Sunset and took her place. Could this be why we haven't seen her? I don't tend to think so. While that might be something Demon Sunset would do, I have trouble believing regular Sunset would stoop that low. Even pre-Reformation, she never seemed to resort to physical harm. So if there is a human world Sunset, there's no reason to think her life doesn't go on. But that brings us to our next question. What would her life even look like? At first, this seems like a hard question to answer, because our Sunset's life was centered around magic. How do you translate that to a world without magic? Well, the same can be said of Twilight and Star Swirl. All three of these ponies have natural magical talents that largely shaped their lives. But magic isn't everything to them, so let's take it out of the equation and look at what's left. Twilight and Star Swirl would still be very studious individuals with a strong curiosity and a passion for learning. The human world may not have magic for them to study, but it does have science, and that's what we see with their human counterparts. Twilight studies science, and Star Swirl was a great scientist, though presumably he's been dead for a while. Which, can we talk about how weird it would be if our Star Swirl went to the human world? That would be like if Isaac Newton came back from the dead, except it wasn't actually Isaac Newton, but a version of him from an alternate world where he was a wizard. Actually, that sounds about right. Anyway, let's apply the same principle to Sunset. Unlike Twilight and Star Swirl, who were driven by their academic curiosity, Sunset was driven by pride and ambition. Remove magic from the equation, and perhaps her pride and ambition would latch on to something else. Another area where she feels superior. Perhaps her musical skills. She does have a nice voice and plays a pretty mean guitar. I can see her thinking she's the next Sapphire Shores and pursuing a music career. But of course, just like with Pony Sunset, her impatience and lack of humility would sabotage any chances she had. So this world's Sunset may just be a failed musician, bitter at the world for not recognizing her talent, too full of herself to achieve success. And maybe that's why we haven't heard from her. She hasn't made a big splash and lives far enough away to fly completely under the radar. But of course, there's endless other possibilities as well. So what do you think? Is there an original human Sunset Shimmer? If so, where is she? What is she like? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Darth Sylar 12, Gilded Page, Petrolhead02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Allison H, Grim Eclipse, and the winner of this week's Alicorn raffle, Equinox 3141. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. A few weeks ago, I argued that Discord doesn't have a human world counterpart. Definitely check out the video after this, but it's always possible that I was wrong. So if this world did have its own Discord, what would he even be like? I think we can agree that if there was a human version of Discord, no matter what else might be true about him, he has to love chaos. That's Discord's defining feature. If anything is gonna translate between the two Discords, it'll be that. So what do you get when you put all the chaotic cravings of a demigod into a mere mortal? Madness. And as a side effect, lots of crime. He may not be able to spread chaos with the snap of his fingers, but he can do it the old-fashioned way. Slashing tires, vandalizing, maybe even more extreme stuff like arson, grand theft, the whole shebang. Human Discord is most likely a notorious criminal, basically the Silver Age Joker. And just like with our Discord, this is gonna put him up against the authorities. If our Discord's failure to avoid his doom is any indication, human Discord must have ended up behind bars. So is that it? The human world Discord is a prisoner in some cell? Not so fast.
equestrian Discord escaped from his stone prison, so maybe the human Discord broke out of jail. It wouldn't be surprising for someone as clever and crazy as Discord to come up with an escape plan. So he's an escapee? At some point maybe, though if the parallels with our Discord continue further, then human Discord was eventually caught and imprisoned once more. But this still isn't the end of his story. In Equestria, Celestia knew Discord's abilities could be put to use on the side of good, so she had the main six free him, and with Fluttershy's help, reform him. He was still as chaotic as ever, but now within the confines of acceptable behavior, at least more than before. So how might this development translate to the human world? Not one-to-one, of course. The principal of a high school and 6 high school girls have no say over who does and doesn't stay in prison, so the same people almost certainly won't be involved. The big picture would have to apply in a different way. I can imagine the police teaming up with Discord, using his criminal expertise to solve crimes. In return, Discord gets put on parole. As long as he stays in the law's good graces, he's basically a free man. Of course, that's always easier said than done. Just like in our world, human Discord might relapse into his old ways, perhaps becoming partners in crime with human world Tirac. Where he goes from there depends on whether someone reaches out to him like Fluttershy did in our world, giving him something more valuable than the freedom of lawlessness, a reason to stay in line. Otherwise, I reckon Discord will always be running from the law. But say he is able to turn a new leaf, what does he do with his life after crime? What does it mean to be Discord within the confines of human society? Let's take a look at some popular ideas. A lot of people have decided that Discord would be the school janitor, occasionally pulling pranks on students and administration. It's a fun visual, but a janitor's job is to clean messes, and Discord would much rather make messes. This job just doesn't fit his nature. Others have said Discord would be the chemistry teacher, and while I can see him blowing things up during lab, the structure and organization that comes with teaching a chem class would bore him to death. So that's out too. Let's take a look at our Discord for lead instead. He seems to have found a niche teaching lessons in his own crazy ways. So would that make human Discord an eccentric guidance counselor with unusual methods? This seems to be the closest fit, but I'm having trouble buying it. I should hope someone with Discord's track record wouldn't be trusted with students' futures, at least not anytime soon. Plus, I don't imagine Principal Celestia would be very eager to give him a leadership role. This despite the fact that our Discord often fancies himself in leadership roles. Because of this, I could totally see human Discord running for mayor. Can't exactly see him winning though. Honestly, Discord has a lot of work to do if he wants any job with serious responsibilities. But in the meantime, I think I know the perfect job for him. An illusionist. Human Discord may not be able to make impossible things happen, but he can do the next best thing. Create the illusion of impossible things. Sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors. He could put on magic shows. Think about it, Discord has always been about performance. The only difference here is that he'd have to work within the laws of physics. Even still, imagine the wild, unpredictable routines he'd plan. The world would be wowed. Not only would this job fill his need for chaos, but it would give him the attention we know he loves. It's also fun to imagine human world Trixie aspiring to the great and powerful Discord. If there is a human Discord, I think this is his best bet. But what do you think? Is there a human world Discord? What would he be like? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead02, Gilded Page, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grimeclipse, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, the Nameless One. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next Friday. Brohoof! Last week, we talked about Discord's potential human counterpart, but what about Chrysalis? Does she have a human counterpart? You can't have the Queen of the Changelings without the Changelings, so if there was a human Chrysalis, it stands to reason that the Changelings would have human counterparts too, right? This is where we run into a problem. There are hundreds of changelings, and while reformed changelings may be able to reproduce on their own, most of us are still the direct offspring of Queen Chrysalis. This doesn't translate well to the human world. A changeling queen can mother hundreds, but that's just not possible for humans. The only way all of us changelings could have human counterparts is if human Chrysalis had a cloning facility in her basement or something. Otherwise, if all of us have forms in that world, they're probably insect forms. So where does that leave Chrysalis? Would she simply be the insect queen of that insect colony? Possibly, but that's a boring answer. Perhaps Chrysalis would have a human form, but simply wouldn't have as many, if any, children. The rest of us changelings would be up a creek, insects in this world at best. Though, one way all of us insect changelings could still be involved with a human Chrysalis is if she kept an insect farm of some sort. I could see her being an entomologist, a scientist who studies insects. This way she could still be queen of a colony in some respect, and just like Equestrian Chrysalis, she could be possessive over it. But the parallels get messy from here. Would she somehow lose the rights to her lab when her son Thorax takes over? That's assuming Thorax isn't one of the insects in the farm itself. This doesn't seem to work out too well. And what about Chrysalis's abilities? Our Chrysalis can take different forms. Would that make human Chrysalis a disguise artist? Maybe, but she can also consume a person's life force for her own gain. How would that translate to... Wait a minute. Combine this with the ability to transform, and this is sounding familiar. What if human world Chrysalis and any human world changelings are vampires? Think about it. Instead of love, they drink blood. They can transform into bats, wolves, or even just a cloud of mist. It makes perfect sense. And now that I think about it, we haven't once seen this world's Chrysalis eat garlic, nor have we seen her reflection. We haven't seen her at all, the point still stands. Plus, this could be how the human world Flutterbat comes to be. Fluttershy volunteers at the Insect Research Center, wanting to help out little critters, but upon working with Dr. Chrysalis, Fluttershy falls prey to her attack, absorbing her vampire venom and becoming a vampire herself. Okay, things get a little weird when we try to translate all these specific changeling-y factors directly into the human world. For example, in a Patreon call, Solar Scripture came up with the idea that human Chrysalis builds drones and runs a delivery service. Mika X added that Chrysalis would use the drones to invade everyone's homes and have them transform into changeling bots. These ideas are ridiculously fun to think about, but if we're going for something a little less wacky than basement labs and mad vampire scientists, I'm gonna have to take a step back and use a more symbolic approach. I think there's a compelling story to be told if we view human Chrysalis as the principal of her own school, kind of like Principal Celestia. This way, her colony is represented by her students. But that story will have to wait for next time. Meanwhile, what do you think? Is there a human world Chrysalis? If so, what is she like? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Petrolhead02, Solar Scripture, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Darth Sylar12. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next Friday. Brohoof! Principal Chrysalis ran a school known as Hive High. However, she wasn't good at it. At all. On a scale from good principals to bad, she was worse. Principal Chrysalis treated her students like drones, pushing them all to think and act the same. Instead of being themselves, she instructed them to copy others and leech from their success. Despite the problems this caused, Principal Chrysalis was absolutely resolute in her methods, refusing to even consider another way. As for the students, they went along with it. This was all they ever knew. But that was all about to change. Starlight Glimmer was distraught. Her best friend had just moved away after being accepted into an advanced school. He had always been a gifted student, but now it was getting in the way of their friendship. Maybe his gift was for the worse.
This got Starlight thinking that differences only push people apart. She would often daydream about a world where everyone was equal in every way, so when she heard about Hive High, she applied the first possible moment. Starlight was full of excitement for her new school, but she would soon find out that it was nothing like her daydreams. On her first day, where she expected a perfect utopia, she found emptiness. The students there were stifled, working so hard only for fleeting moments of success. They were never truly satisfied. Over the course of her orientation, Starlight realized that sameness is what was fundamentally hurting Hive High. Differences may cause problems too, but at least those are solvable. Hive High seemed hopeless. Starlight knew she just couldn't stay in this environment. But this is Starlight we're talking about. Instead of changing schools, she set her ambitions on changing the school. She started expressing herself in small ways throughout the day, showing off her individuality, using her own ideas in her studies instead of stealing from others. She would also talk with other students, planting seeds of change in their minds. Or at least trying. The students reviled her, shunning her from all their groups. Starlight was discouraged, but stubbornly she kept at it, hoping to make a difference. They continued to spurn her, though in secret they couldn't help but notice how much happier she was than the others. It was infectious, but they were too afraid to step out of line themselves, so the school culture remained unchanged. Starlight seemed doomed to be the odd one out. But just when she was beginning to think there was no hope, another student joined in with her. It was none other than the principal's son himself, Thorax. When he started expressing himself openly, he seemed like an entirely different person, more confident, happier, full of life. Though this brought the issue to a front. Principal Chrysalis soon found out what Starlight had started, and she was furious. She demanded that Starlight and Thorax step back in line and conform to the school's ways. But they stood their ground. Starlight argued that Hive High had it all wrong, and that all students could find the same happiness and success as her and Thorax if they simply share their unique perspectives instead of taking from others. Principal Chrysalis countered, arguing that this is the way Hive High has always done it, and that her students would be nothing without her methods. But now, with the fruits of both methods laid bare in front of them, the students could finally see the truth for themselves. They all joined with Starlight and Thorax, embracing what makes each of them unique. And Chrysalis, furious with her inability to control, resigned in protest. The search began for a new principal, one capable of taking the school in a new direction. Meanwhile, Chrysalis was bitter over what happened, blaming Starlight for taking her students away. But even she could see that her son was excelling in school, to heights that he never could have even approached before, and he was happier, for whatever that's worth. She had time to reflect, not having been turned to stone and all, and eventually realized she had been too obstinate in her old ways. She visited Hive High and saw how much it had changed for the better. Chrysalis formally apologized, and not only was her apology accepted, she was invited back on the school staff, where she remains to this day. You can find her leading Hive High with the same firm hand as before, but this time with a new focus. Or at least that's my idea on what the human world Chrysalis and her story might be like. But what do you think? Are there any elements that would have been different? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead02, Solar Scripture, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Grim Eclipse. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next Friday. Brohoo!
magic is not what it used to be. Equestria has changed a lot in so many ways, and there's a ton of things I gotta explore for myself. But while I do that, today I'm gonna be focusing on one little detail, one tiny moment that changes everything. So apparently there was no magic in Equestria for the longest time, but with Sunny's push to reunite the tribes and with the help of those strange artifacts, she and her friends were able to bring magic back. Again, much more on that another time, but after all of that, something mysterious happened. 3 foals were racing each other, one from each tribe. As they were running away, a trail of magic was left behind, but not from the Pegasus or the unicorn. Only from the Earth Pony. A trail of magical hoof prints coming from supposedly the least magic of the 3. Now, as a changeling who's usually in an Earth Pony form, I might be a bit biased, but this is exhilarating. Historically, Earth Ponies have been magically neglected. They can't use magic or do any cool Pegasus stuff. All they have is some vague connection to the Earth, which helps them farm or something. I don't think anyone really knows. That's probably why no one even considered that Earth Ponies, just like the other 2, might have their own magical crystal, because without magic, their lives were pretty much the same. But now, it seems like Earth Pony magic is finally becoming significant. We've never seen anything like this. I can't tell exactly what's going on here, but I feel like Earth Ponies are either reconnecting with an ancient magical ability we've never seen, or developing a new ability for the first time. I don't know which is more exciting. Either way, I'm guessing we can say goodbye to the Nerf Pony. The very fact that we're seeing this world primarily through an Earth Pony's perspective is electrifying. It tells me we're gonna learn first hoof what Earth Ponies have been missing out on, and I couldn't be more thrilled. I know, she becomes an Alicorn, or does she? More on that another time. Trust me, I plan on exploring every little thing this world has to offer.
Sawtooth?
Oh my gosh, Nameless, you haven't aged a day.
Yeah, I don't really follow the same rules you do. Or at least should. No offense, but shouldn't you be dead? You lived during the time of the main 6. How are you still alive?
Well, I wasn't exactly alive for most of it. That's what I get for spending so much time in the Everfree.
Cockatrice?
Cockatrice.
Not surprised.
I thought she was a chicken. I like chickens.
Even less surprised.
Whatever. So the cockatrice turned me into Equestria's prettiest statue, and some crazy amount of time must have passed, but for me it was just a moment. Next thing I knew, here I am. At first, I didn't even think I was in Equestria. This place just looks and feels so foreign. But I guess this is my home now. Unless, I don't suppose you can take me back to my time once I'm done here.
Yeah, no. Have fun figuring that one out.
Well, what do you think? Are the hoof prints in the grass related to Earth Pony magic? What could this mean? And what part of this new world should I explore next? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons, The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead02, Solar Scripture, Cyanax, Grimaclips, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Princess Starglow. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof! One of the most common questions about Equestria's future is, where are the Windigos? Those winter spirits that feed off of hatred between the tribes? With all the hateful stereotypes each tribe had against the others, the Windigos should have had a heyday. And yet, not a single snowflake to be found. Where are the Windigos? At first, the answer to this question might seem simple. There was no magic, so there'd be no magic spirits. But we don't know to what extent magic was gone, or who all lost it. According to Tirek, the Windigos are ancient magic, and he himself is ancient, which tells me that Windigos are more fundamental to the universe. So if anything, I think they were involved in how the tribes separated. I know that sounds like a contradiction, like where's the winter? But hear me out. According to Clover the Clever, who learned from Starswirl the Bearded, the Windigos feed off of fighting and hatred, becoming colder the more there is. Emphasis on the word fighting. In future Equestria, there was no fighting between the tribes. There was no interaction at all. The tribes were completely isolated from each other, going their whole lives without so much as even seeing a member from another tribe. They surely weren't living in harmony, but it technically wasn't disharmony either. So if the Windigos are like the Sirens and feed on conflict specifically instead of general animus, then it makes sense that we wouldn't see them. There was nothing left for the Windigos to feed on. And later, when there was direct conflict, it was too short-lived and small scale to bring the Windigos back. So if isolation has always been a way to get rid of Windigos, why haven't Ponies tried it before? Well, they have. Twice. This is just the first time they've done it successfully. Think back to the founding of Equestria. The tribes weren't getting along and winter was getting worse, so they went their separate ways. Or at least tried. They ended up in the same land, so conflict continued, forcing them to come together or else freeze to death. Thankfully, they came together, but what if the tribes had been successful in separating? It would have looked an awful lot like what we saw in future Equestria. No ice, but isolation. The only reason the founders weren't able to do this is because they had limited cartography and technology. But as those things develop, future ponies would be able to segregate much more efficiently. The second time the ponies tried isolating was during a time I remember. The three villains had sown seeds of mistrust and the tribes were beginning to successfully segregate. There were still enough negative interactions across Equestria for the Windigos to feed on, but had things continued, it was only a matter of time before total isolation. But things didn't continue. The lessons taught in Twilight's School of Friendship knocked some sense back into every creature's minds. The tribes and species lived in harmony for years to come. But history repeats itself. It seems tensions ramped back up, Windigos returned, and ponies once again successfully segregated, this time without Twilight's lessons to bring every creature back together. Ponies isolated and the Windigos dispersed, but so did the unity that gave ponies their magic. And that's where we found ourselves at the beginning of Sunny's adventure. So what changed? How did Equestria lose sight of what Twilight fought so hard to establish? What happened to Twilight and her legacy? And what role do the tribe's crystals play in all this? There's still so many unanswered questions, but I've been doing a lot of digging, and I think I'm onto something. It's all connected in some pretty major ways, but that will have to wait. If you're as curious as I am, definitely subscribe and ring the bell to keep up with my findings. In the meantime, what do you think? Why haven't we seen the Windigos? Am I right about the tribe's history? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you liked the video, like the video. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox 3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Solar Scripture, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Petrolhead 02. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof! Chicken. I thought I knew Equestria. Where are you? Pretty well, even. Not again. But after being dropped centuries in the future with only traces connecting to the past I know, I was lost. What the heck happened here? Where did the crystals come from? And most importantly, what happened to Twilight? So many questions, so few answers. But after piecing things together, I've come to my most shocking conclusion yet. As long as I can remember, pivotal moments in history were recorded in stained glass, and it seems that tradition continued at least one more time. In the abandoned station beneath Zephyr Heights, there's a beautiful mural that depicts the 3 tribes' crystals. Unicorn on the left, Pegasus on the right, and what used to be Earth Pony in the middle. Above them, in beaming rays of glory, is Twilight Sparkle's cutie mark, complete with the surrounding stars. Take a good look, because when it comes to connecting future Equestria to the past we know, this is all there is. So let's start at the beginning. What's happening here? At the very least, this mural connects the crystals to Twilight Sparkle. She has something to do with them. I would take it a step further and say this shows Twilight creating the crystals. The way I see it, the crystals are moving away from the common point of origin of Twilight's cutie mark, communicating that they came from her. This seems to be the most straightforward interpretation of the mural, so let's build off of that. The first question that comes to mind is, why would Twilight create the crystals? This is a rather surprising development. I mean, one of the biggest lessons she learned throughout the years is that artifacts like the elements of harmony aren't what's important. No, the magic of friendship is more than enough. If anything, the focus on artifacts was a crutch, a distraction from the magic of friendship. So why would she just turn around and make more distractions? Wouldn't this risk the people of Equestria falling into the same trap she did? The tribes may start focusing on the crystals instead of the unity that powers them. They may separate, all moving closer to their respective crystals, forming their own societies around them, like what we see with the Pegasi and their ruler's crown. And when the crystal's charges inevitably fade, they blame it on each other and keep their distance. This very well may be what happened, and it all be because they were too focused on physical objects. Twilight, of all ponies, must have seen this coming and considered that risk. And yet, she decided to do it anyway. Which makes you wonder what else she factored into the decision to make the crystals. The alternative must have been worse. I don't think this is something she wanted to do, but rather something she felt had to be done. If you're starting to detect a sense of urgency here, I think you're on the right track, because there's been one other situation in which artifacts have been emphasized to be better in a way, and that was during a catastrophe in magic. When Cozy Glow was draining all magic from Equestria, Star Swirl knew that innate magic would be the first thing to go, and that artifacts would last the longest. Sure enough, after unicorn magic had long since failed, artifacts such as the Key of Unfettered Entrance and the EEA Medallion were still functional. According to Chancellor Naysay, Equestria's most potent magic is housed in its artifacts. Something about artifacts makes them more reliable in the long term than innate magic. In other words, artifacts are a way to hold on to magic that would otherwise slip away. With this context, Twilight's focus on artifacts is telling. There must have been a similar crisis in magic, and creating the crystals was Twilight's response. Think about it, ponies didn't used to need artifacts to cast spells or fly. It was just a part of their innate abilities. That must have changed. Ponies were losing their innate magic, and Twilight made the crystals so some magic could last. This is all beginning to make sense, but why didn't she stick around to help ponies stay united? Where is Twilight Sparkle? Well, it's time we talk about how she made the crystals. One crystal for each tribe, right? As an Alicorn, Twilight contained magic from each tribe, so it's not at all surprising that she'd be able to create such artifacts. But at what cost? The crystals can power up every pony, so what if Twilight had to sacrifice everything? This is where the evidence points. Think about how the creation of the crystals is depicted. The reason Twilight herself isn't on the mural. At first, I thought her cutie mark was a symbolic representation of her, but then it hit me. Mother of Celestia, this is what the event literally looked like. Twilight's cutie mark was in the sky, and we have seen this before when she became an Alicorn. It was a moment of intense change, an enormous magical transformation, and the mural shows the same thing happening, but in reverse. Twilight Sparkle unbecame an Alicorn. That's the missing piece in all of this. In an epic display of selflessness, she separated her Alicorn magic back into its Earth Pony, Pegasus, and Unicorn components, storing them in each of the crystals. Kept safe in the artifacts, Twilight's magic would be able to survive the crisis, and ponies could draw upon it for years to come. That's what the mural depicts. Twilight sacrificing her Alicorn hood so her people could still have magic. A decision made out of duty and at great cost. And just like that, her rule ended the same way it began, with a sparkle in the twilight sky, ultimately fulfilling her destiny. Without the Alicorn magic that increased her lifespan, Twilight lived out the rest of her natural days as a mortal, the reason she's not around today. But the mural in the station shows us that Twilight's sacrifice was widely recognized and honored. Of course, most of Equestria would eventually forget her legacy, but the few that remembered passed it down from generation to generation in hopes that one day ponykind would be able to restore Twilight's vision of unity. And that's exactly what Argyle inspired in Sunny Star Scout. Though it's quite the dramatic story, I think it lines up best with the information we know. Artifacts are most useful during magic emergencies. Ponies now need artifacts to use magic. Twilight is somehow connected to those artifacts. She contains the same kind of magic as them, and the mural depicts the same sight that occurred last time Twilight transformed. It all tells the story of desperate times and desperate measures, of tough calls and of sacrifice. Or at least that's how I see it. I'm always learning new things and discovering more all the time, so definitely subscribe and ring the bell to keep up with it all. But in the meantime, what do you think? Am I right about what happened to Twilight? What does the mural depict? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you liked the video, like the video. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Petrolhead 02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grimaclips, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Solar Scripture. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all helped make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. It's time they know the truth. About what? The truth about Pinkie Pie. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next Friday. Brohoof.
We meet again, Prime.
Blah, sign?
Have you finally decided to get revenge on me for abandoning you at the mirror pool? We both know I'm above that. Quite the contrary, I've come to enlighten you.
Oh?
Yes, Pinkie Pie has secretly been dead for years.
This should be good.
It all comes down to one suspicious line of dialogue. When Starlight was showing Sunburst the sights of Ponyville, she took him to the mirror pool. Looking into the pool, Sunburst queried, and I quote, "So Pinkie Pie just dove in and made copies of herself?" To which Starlight replied, and I quote, However, this simply cannot be the case. Observe the cloning in action. As you can see, the originals never enter the pool. They merely pull their clones out of it. Pinkie Prime, the one that started it all, ne'er even touched the water.
Yeah, she did. I distinctly remember seeing her go in.
Ha! A common misconception. Watch closely, and do pay attention this time. As Pinkie recites the rhyme, we switch to her reflection's perspective. After stepping through the surface, the reflection runs off carelessly looking for fun, while the Pinkie that stood outside the pool continues talking as before. It is indeed the clones that step through the pool, not the originals. Do you know what this means, Prime?
That you take these things too seriously?
Precisely.
No! It means the original Pinkie is gone, and the Pinkie that survived Twilight's massacre was one of the clones. I don't follow.
It seems I'll have to simplify my language for an individual of your mental fortitude. We've established that the originals stay on land while the clones pass through the pool. Is this at least a point upon which we can agree?
That seems to be the case, yeah.
So why then does Sunburst tell of Pinkie diving in? The Pinkies were the only ones present when the cloning took place. Therefore, the story of what happened must have come from one of them, which means... It appears I'll need some help here. Cosine?
No, Celestia, there's two of you.
Meet my assistant, Cosine Waves.
The pleasure's mine, I'm sure. And you're both British. Wait, I thought you were against making clones.
Oh, but one must be responsible about it, Prime. I may be a clone of you, but Cosine here is a clone of moi.
That's right. What kind of a name is Cosine anyway?
Or would you rather me call them square waves? Or triangle waves?
Okay, good point.
Let's not go on a tangent here, Prime. I'm trying to prove to you that the Pinkie we knew is history, and the Pinkie we know is one of us, a clone.
Good luck with that.
Now, let's say I'm the original Pinkie Pie, and Cosine here is one of Pinkie's clones.
Quite.
If the original Pinkie truly survived, as every creature seems to believe, how would she tell the story?
Ask me how the cloning happened. How did the cloning happen?
Glad you asked. I pulled my reflection out of the pool, of course. Now, if Pinkie's clone survived, how would she tell the story? Go ahead, ask Cosine how the cloning happened.
How did the cloning happen?
I dove into the pool, of course, and this right and honorable gentleman pulled me out the other side. And according to Sunburst, that's exactly what Pinkie did. Do you see now? The original Pinkie never once touched the pool, which means the established story didn't come from the original Pinkie. It was told from a clone's perspective, which means that the Pinkie that survived to tell it was herself a clone.
Yes.
All this time, one of the most powerful ponies in Equestria has been one of us. We have representation in the highest levels of government, and no pony realizes it. That will be all, Cosine. You are dismissed.
Right. Cheerio, mate. Okay, a few ponies have been sloppy with the wordage. So what? It's well established that clones don't have the original's memories. Pinkie had to teach the other clones her friends' names for Celestia's sake. And yet, the Pinkie that survived was able to reminisce on parties she threw long before the cloning incident. So she couldn't have been a clone. End of story.
Not necessarily. This could be the case of temporary amnesia. Perhaps after some time, all of her memories came back.
Do you have any memories from my life?
Not yet, but in time we'll see what—
That's what I thought.
Or perhaps only one Pinkie at a time can contain memories. So when the original Pinkie was extinguished, all of her memories went into that surviving clone.
Or just maybe the original Pinkie survived. You're grasping at straws here. There was a test to filter out the clones after all.
But was it a good test, Prime? Watching paint dry? Killing any Pinkie that gets distracted? Is it not in Pinkie's nature to be easily distracted during important moments, even when much is on the line? Especially when much is on the line? Twilight was basically forcing a group of ponies with ADHD to sit still lest they perish. 'Twas barbaric, no better than a saw game. No pun intended.
I get your point. Given enough time, I don't think any Pinkie could survive that.
Precisely. It's only a matter of who survives the longest. And this doesn't just test for will to live, nay, other factors must be taken into account, such as proximity to any given distraction, personal moments of weakness. Clearly, all the clones wanted to live, and that's why many made it so far into the test despite all odds, only to fall short near the end. And it's not inconceivable that the original Pinkie would be of those to succumb to her very nature. Indeed, this is confirmed to be the case, as Sunburst told the story from a clone's perspective, a story that only could have come from the surviving Pinkie. Though the death of the original Pinkie is regrettable, we must celebrate the clone that lives on, as well as mourn the clones that weren't so fortunate.
I'm still not convinced. Sunburst could have just got it backwards and Starlight not know any better to correct him. But even if you're right, what difference does it make? Pinkie seems to be Pinkie regardless. Both outcomes are functionally the same.
Here's the difference, Prime. Twilight Sparkle faced no consequences for the death of the clones.
But if she was found guilty of the original Pinkie's death, she would finally face the sentence she deserves. That's actually brilliant.
I knew you'd see the light, Prime. All we need is for the surviving Pinkie to testify on her experience and whether she was pulled out of the pool. A single yes would drag Twilight's perfect reputation into the ground.
No more Purple Pony Princess.
And that's just the beginning. Bringing the clone massacre into the public eye will raise awareness of clones' rights, and we may yet become a protected category. I trust you support my cause.
You know what? I guess I do.
Excellent. I'm glad we at last share the same vision, Prime. Perhaps you aren't as dim-witted as the others say. Thanks. Wait a second. Now, if you'll be so kind as to excuse me, there's much work to be done. Au revoir, Prime. I look forward to our next chat. There never was a next chat. Was that a chicken? I was a statue for the rest of sines and cosines' lives. But I've been looking around, and I think they did alright without me. If I'm not mistaken, they stopped using my Earth Pony look and started living as out-and-out changelings. And clones, of course. They went on to build and maintain the greatest trans-equestrian station of that time, where statues dedicated to them stand to this day. So I guess we all became statues. It doesn't seem they were able to take Twilight down, though in hindsight, maybe that's for the better. But what do you think? Was Sign right about our Pinkie being a clone? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Solar Scripture, Petrolhead02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, Torn, Color Shine, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Crimson Moon. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! Starlight Glimmer ran her anti-Cutie Mark cult until the main six busted her for it. Later, she got revenge by going back in time and preventing the rain boom, keeping the main six from ever meeting. But we never seem to talk about what Starlight was doing between those two events. I'm here to change that, because something tells me she was up to a lot more than we thought. Starlight's village was her life's purpose, so it's no surprise she wanted revenge on the ponies who took it all away from her. After escaping into the caves, she had nothing left to focus on but revenge. Starlight didn't know how, but she was gonna ruin the main six's lives. However, in order to do so, she had to learn about the main six, thus beginning Starlight's research phase. We actually saw a bit of this in person. Starlight was seen spying on Twilight when she was getting dinner with her old Canterlot friends. You can see her hiding behind a menu. The next time we saw her spying was much more consequential. When Twilight was trying to recreate Discord's inside jokes with the rest of the main six, Pinkie suggested time travel. Twilight firmly shut her down, declaring that time travel is not something to be messed with. And right after she said this, lo and behold, we see that Starlight had been watching from the bushes that whole time. She witnessed Twilight's rebuke of time travel. Of course, we know Twilight's previous experience with time travel, but Starlight didn't. Without that context, Twilight's rebuke looked entirely different to her. She saw a pony with a comfortable past, worried that time travel would jeopardize it. I think this is the moment that inspired Starlight to shift her focus. Before this, Starlight was probably looking for ways to destroy their friendship in real time, and probably realized that's a lot easier said than done. So seeing Twilight's fear of time travel was an epiphany for her. If she couldn't take away their future, she'd take away their past. Starlight found Star Swirl spell and altered it to suit her needs, but the problem still remained. Without knowing the main six well enough, she didn't know what in the past to change. So she kept spying, until on that fateful day, she snuck into Celestia's school where Twilight gave a lecture, spelling out in detail the one event tied to their destinies. Jackpot. All the pieces were in place. Starlight was finally ready for her revenge. And sure enough, minutes later, she executed the plan. The rest is literally history. But these 3 instances of spying, they're just the ones we know about.
I guarantee there were others. For example, Starlight was already familiar with the map and how it was connected to all of Equestria. That knowledge was a crucial part of her plan, so it wasn't just a last-second discovery. With everything she knew, it makes me wonder how much time she spent searching for info. And more importantly, to what lengths she went. Because there's evidence she went a lot further than just sneaking around. Earlier in Starlight's research phase, Apple Bloom had a suspicious dream. She kept getting different cutie marks and running into all sorts of trouble. At the end of each segment, she'd talk with a mysterious voice in the woods. The voice would vilify cutie marks and have Apple Blooms removed. Sound familiar? It's later revealed by Princess Luna that the voice was Apple Bloom's shadow and that she was doing everything to herself the whole time. In some respects, I can see that, but something fishy is going on here. Listen to some of the shadow's lines. Why should you have to keep it? If your cutie mark bothers you so much, get rid of it. And later, more trouble with cutie marks? Sounds to me like cutie marks and trouble are two peas in the same pod. Isn't it awfully strange that Apple Bloom's shadow conveniently doubles as an anti-cutie mark propagandist? Throughout the course of the dream, Apple Bloom becomes increasingly disillusioned by cutie marks, but the shadow was against them from the beginning. So confident in its statements, not just against bad cutie marks, but cutie marks in general. I mean, maybe this was all just Apple Bloom's subconscious, but what if something more sinister is going on here? What if Starlight Glimmer was manipulating Apple Bloom's dream? This shadow just reeks of Starlight. Even the music that plays when it speaks is eerily similar to Starlight's villain theme.
Sweetie Belle! Scootaloo! Come on, Billy, this isn't... Maybe I can help you get through the course this time. Well, I sure could.
Could she be the one behind the shadow? Starlight is a highly capable sorceress with many impossible seeming accomplishments under her horn. It's no stretch to the imagination that she'd be able to influence the dream realm. Probably not to the same extent Luna can, but likely enough to get her voice out there. Enough to hijack Apple Bloom's dream and spread her propaganda by puppeting the shadow character. This is almost definitely something Starlight could do, but would she do it? I mean, yeah, it's just like her to invade others' privacy for her own gain, but at this point in Starlight's life, she was focused on revenge, not recruiting new members. Or was she? We already know she did a bit of both. Even during the enacting of the revenge itself, Starlight took the time to indoctrinate young, vulnerable minds where she saw the opportunity. If not her main goal, it sure was a bonus. And the same goes for Apple Bloom's dream. Starlight didn't go to the dream realm to proselytize, she was already there for another reason, to find answers. This was all part of her research phase, peering into the dreams of the main six and those around them so she could learn all about their greatest hopes and fears. But just like with Fluttershy and the bullies, if Starlight had the opportunity to spread her message at the same time, she'd take it. Mistreat, manipulate, Mare Boss. So what I think might have happened is one night in the dream realm, she noticed Applejack's sister having a bad cutie mark dream and just couldn't help herself. Now, to be clear, the shadow wasn't completely like Starlight. For the third and final interaction, it wasn't speaking or acting like Starlight at all. At first, this might seem like a problem for this theory, but there's actually a simple explanation for this. After the first two interactions, Starlight fled the scene. She wouldn't want to stick around too long and risk getting caught by Princess Luna. Besides, her work had already been done. Apple Bloom started the dream with a positive opinion of cutie marks in general, but after the second interaction, she was saying, I don't want to see another cutie mark as long as I live. That's the mindset of some pony ready to join an anti-cutie mark cult. So with Starlight's mission accomplished, she stopped puppeting the shadow and left the dream. This marks a noticeable change in the physical behavior of the shadow as well. When it's talking like Starlight, the shadow moves around with its own agency, unattached to Apple Bloom. But by the third encounter, it was firmly in place like a real shadow, more mimicking Apple Bloom than acting of its own free will. Starlight may have been there to kick things off, but by the time Luna entered the dream, there was no trace of her. Maximum sneaky. So it all still works out. As it happens, Starlight dreamwalking fits perfectly in the broader timeline as well. Apple Bloom's dream occurs soon after Starlight got busted and well before the first time we saw her spying. It makes sense that Starlight would want to scope out the dream realm first, where raw, honest emotions are more accessible than in the real world. It's the best place to research what would hurt the main six most. The moment she discovered that the best way to destroy them is to destroy their friendship, the dream realm was no longer of use. She switched to the real world, where the hard facts of how to meet her goal would be more accessible. We finally have a full picture of Starlight's life between the village and the revenge. In review, after getting busted, Starlight set her focus on researching the main six. She started by looking into their dreams to see what drives them, and since Starlight is opportunistic, when Apple Bloom had a bad Cutie Mark dream, she used it to promote her cause. Once she learned that the main six's friendship is what's most important to them, she started looking in the real world for ways to tear their friendship apart, though she had trouble doing so and hit a wall until Twilight gave her the time travel idea. Finally, once Starlight discovered everything she needed to pull that off, she enacted her revenge. All of this lines up perfectly with Starlight's timeline, her behavior, her motivations, and presumably her abilities. But of course, there's always the chance that it's all just a crazy coincidence. So what do you think? Am I right about Starlight's research phase? Did she invade Apple Bloom's dream? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Solar Scripture, Petrolhead02, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, Torn, Crimson Moon, Colorshine, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Cyanax. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoof. Why can't Scootaloo fly? Well, let's start with a bigger question. Why can any Pegasus fly? According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way that a Pegasus should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The Pegasus, of course, flies anyway, because Pegasi don't care what humans think is impossible. No, seriously, the way we see Pegasi flying in Equestria isn't physically possible. The math has been done on horses, but the same principle applies. For an average horse to fly, their wings would need a surface area of about 8 meters, that's over 26 feet, squared. Adjusting that to fit on a horse's back only makes the problem worse. You just cannot fit the musculature required for flight in the body of a pony. Though the equation assumes that a Pegasus weighs the same as its wingless counterpart. What if that's not true? What if, just like birds, Pegasi have hollow bones that make them lighter? Well, then you'd have a case. But here's the thing, they don't. We've seen the bones of Rainbow Dash. I'm sorry, that line just goes way too hard. Point is, Pegasi don't have hollow bones, and there's nothing to indicate that they're somehow lighter. No matter which way you slice it, Pegasi should not be able to fly. Yet, they do. Of course, anyone who knows anything about Equestria knows the reason they can. If bulky biceps can fly, it was never about weight or wing surface area. Magic is what makes flying possible. When T-Rex stole magic from the Pegasi, they lost their ability to fly. In the future, when there was no magic, the Pegasi of Zephyr Heights were grounded. The only apparent exception is when Cozy Glow drained magic from Equestria. Winged creatures seemed unaffected, though I can think of two potential explanations. Either flight magic would have been the very last thing to go, or Cozy made an exception to the drain for flight magic. You know, being a Pegasus. We don't know what exactly she and T-Rex worked into the magic circle. Regardless, magic has been shown to be crucial for flight. But hold on, what about Scootaloo? If no Pegasus is able to fly naturally, and magic is what's really important, then shouldn't Scootaloo be able to fly too? Does she not have Pegasus magic? Maybe she inherited Pegasus biology from her mom, but only Earth Pony magic from her dad? That can't be right. We've seen Scootaloo stand on clouds. She has Pegasus magic, and supposedly that's what makes flying possible, so what gives? I think recent events might shed light on what's happening here. When Sunny's Star Scout united the tribes in the crystals, she gained pseudo wings and a horn. They weren't physical, but they were functional. Sunny was flying without even physical wings. Talk about boneless wings, am I right? What if all Pegasi have these astral wings within their physical wings? The astral wings would be what do the real heavy lifting. And without that magic, flapping just isn't enough. If this is true, then as a pony with Pegasus magic, Scootaloo also has these astral wings. But what might be the problem is that they're controlled by moving your physical wings. This means your astral wings can only ever be as good as they are. Scootaloo's physical disability holds back her magical ability too. She can flap her wings and even fly, but only for a second before collapsing from physical exhaustion. She simply doesn't have the muscular control needed for flight. Now, if there were some way to separate astral wings from physical wings, maybe she'd be able to control them. It'd be kinda like prosthetic wings. However, there's nothing to suggest Scootaloo ever went down this route, and that's okay. Fancy workarounds aren't always possible, and it's inspiring to see a pony make the most of what she has. Scootaloo found happiness and fulfillment in life without flight. She's a positive example we can all look up to. But what do you think? Am I right about why Scootaloo can't fly and why other Pegasi can? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want my face on you, me and my sister can hook you up. Each t-shirt is specially handmade and unique with 2 designs and multiple colors to choose from. You can show your support by checking that out, or you can check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Petrolhead02, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, Torn, Color Shine, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Equinox 3141. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until Friday after next. Brohoo! Hearthswarming is a time where ponies from all tribes can celebrate when their ancestors came together in harmony. So in the future, when the tribes have been separated for generations, do they no longer have hearthswarming? Happy Hearthswarming, Phillies, Colts, and NB folks. But what happened to Hearthswarming? It's hard to believe that the same ponies who saw the other tribes as brainless, brain-zapping brutes would hold on to the story of the tribes coming together. Clearly the value of intertribal harmony fell to the wayside over the years. But that doesn't mean Hearthswarming itself did. Of course, we see the founding of Equestria as fundamentally tied to the holiday, but it might not be that simple. Even before the time jump, the importance of the founding to the season was already beginning to erode. Starlight referred to the Windigos as mythical, disregarding the story as for foals. Referring to Hearthswarming, she said, quote, "I think to most ponies, it's just an excuse for silly songs and fun, not a day to remember some old story." Though cynical, I think she's right. Even when the Windigos came back, ponies still doubted the original story. And as we can see, over time it's been forgotten entirely. But here's the thing, you're not just gonna stop celebrating because of that. Ponies could gather around other reasons to celebrate, or just for the sake of it. The founding of Equestria isn't the only holiday story anyway. Just look at A Hearth-Warming Tale, the legend of a miserly unicorn who learned to loosen up and enjoy time together. Though it briefly mentions the founding of Equestria and has characters from all three tribes, the moral of the story has nothing to do with intertribal harmony. It's about the importance of taking time off to spend with friends and family, which can also apply to just unicorns, just Pegasi, or just Earth ponies. Equestria can keep the holiday without keeping the story that started it, if that's even how the holiday began. Just like how Hearthwarming may have continued after the tribes fell out of harmony, there's a very good chance that winter holidays were a thing before the tribes even came together. To see what I mean, let's look at another world, a mysterious realm full of strange creatures called humans. The biggest winter holiday for humans is called Tristmas. Huh? Christmas? Okay. The biggest winter holiday for humans is called Christmas, but it's by no means the oldest. The story of Christmas is only around a couple thousand years old, but humans have been celebrating around the winter solstice for millennia before that. Usually the celebration is focused around the beginning of winter. The changing of the seasons is a big deal for farming civilizations, and each one had its own way of celebrating a new cycle. Even today, there's tons of winter holidays besides Christmas. How exactly humans celebrate that time of year depends on which culture they're in. This applies to our world too. Hearthwarming as we know it is just our culture's winter holiday. There's also the Dragon's Feast of Fire, the Yak's Snildar Fest, the Sea Pony and Hippogriff's 3 Days of Freedom celebration, the Griffin's Blue Moon Festival, and almost certainly more. Maybe Zecora celebrates Kwanzaa. I'm sorry. But even within pony traditions, there may be more variety than we know. It just seems like winter holidays are gonna be celebrated in any cultural context. North, south, east, west, past, and future. Ponies may have lost sight of their unity, but I'm willing to bet their festivities go on. In fact, I'd love to see how Hearthwarming, or whatever they might call it now, has evolved in each tribe, what cultural flares they might have. Zephyr Heights seems highly commercialized. Maybe the Pegasi have a strong emphasis on buying and exchanging gifts. The superstitious unicorns may recognize a bearded old spirit who's always watching to make sure you're good. Huh, what if Star Swirl became Unicorn Santa Claus? Or Krampus. Anyway, imagine how all of these individual traditions might blend and interact now that the tribes are back together again. And who knows, maybe Sunny's adventure of bringing the tribes back together will become its own Hearthwarming story. Honestly, I can't wait to find out how this particular part of the culture has changed. But what do you think? Do ponies still celebrate Hearthwarming? What might it look like now? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy, or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Solar Scripture, Petrolhead02, Cyanax, Princess Starglow, Grimeclipse, Torn, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Colorshine. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all helped make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until next time. Brohoof! Twilight Sparkle is a hero. Equestria honored her with this mural depicting her sacrifice. I did a whole video about what this mural means and what exactly Twilight did to save Equestria, but the question remains, what did Twilight save Equestria from?
When Sunny reunited the tribes and the crystals, something mysterious happened. Sunny's Star Scout became an Alicorn of sorts. Instead of physical horn and wings like Twilight had, these were glowing outlines of a horn and wings. We didn't get to see the horn in action, but the wings were fully functional. In this moment, Sunny seemed to possess Alicorn magic. Her becoming an Alicorn was surprising to a lot of people, but not to me. Some were saying that Sunny didn't do enough to earn becoming an Alicorn, as if Flurry freaking Heart doesn't exist. No, this fits perfectly in line with my idea of how Alicorns work. I still stand by that video, so check it out for more details, but basically, to become an Alicorn, you need to contain magic from all 3 tribes. This describes every Alicorn ascension we've seen, from Twilight to Cozy Glow, Sunny included. She was surrounded by magic from each tribe held in each crystal, spinning around her and lifting her into the air until the transformation was complete. It fits the theory to a T. The surprising thing here isn't that Sunny became an Alicorn, it's that she didn't become an Alicorn. Not really. There's nothing to suggest this was a permanent upgrade. And even if it was, all the other Alicorns gained physical wings and horns. This looks more like a temporary Alicorn power-up. Why didn't Sunny become a full-fledged Alicorn like even Cozy Glow was able to? Maybe it's a consequence of how things in Equestria have changed over time, but I want to know how they changed. What happened to Equestria? Because we've never seen anything like this before. Or maybe we have. Our story starts with Twilight Sparkle, but not the one you're thinking of, her doppelganger from the human world. Throughout the friendship games, Twilight Sparkle's pendant was drawing in magic from each of the main 6. When she absorbed it all, she became Midnight Sparkle, sporting physical wings and a horn. Later, magic from the 5 channeled through the pendant into Sunset Shimmer, transforming her as well. But her wings and horns weren't physical. They were just magical outlines like Sunny had. Between Sunset and Sunny, the similarities here are bizarre. Temporary power-ups that give you non-physical glowing wings and a horn? These 2 totally different events in 2 totally different worlds shouldn't be so similar, unless the worlds aren't so different anymore. In my The Fate of Twilight Sparkle video, I took notice of how Equestria needs artifacts to have magic now. It didn't used to, but now it does. We know from Chancellor Naysay that Equestria's most potent magic is housed in its artifacts. This is why when Cozy Glow drained Equestria's magic, Starswirl accurately predicted that artifact magic would last the longest. This led me to conclude that the tribe's crystals were artifacts created as a response to some sort of magical crisis. But how incredibly specific, right? A magical crisis? I might as well just say a thing happened. Yes, my video explains the mural, the crystals, and Twilight's connection to it all, but that's really only half an answer. What was the crisis? We know this isn't another Cozy Glow situation. She was draining all the magic. Even the artifacts were beginning to sputter on the brink of death, whereas the tribe's crystals here seem to be working just fine. This tells us Equestria still has some magic, so what's going on here? To understand the magical change that happened to Equestria, we need to understand magic. Yes, trying to understand magic is what led Twilight Sparkle to become Midnight Sparkle, but the fact that magic is something Twilight could measure and detect tells us it's understandable, at least to an extent. The most important thing about magic that I've been able to discern is that it seems to behave like energy. It follows the first law of thermodynamics, aka conservation of energy. Notice how magic has never clearly been created or destroyed, only drawn from, converted from one form to another, or transported somewhere else. That's why the pillars dealt with the sirens and the Pony of Shadows by taking them elsewhere. Even Cozy Glow's magic circle was designed to send Equestria's magic to another realm and not get rid of it altogether. So in the future, Equestria couldn't have just lost magic, it must have gone somewhere. And if magic also follows the second law of thermodynamics, I think I know where it went. Basically, the second law states that if you have differences in energy in the same area, they'll even out until it reaches equilibrium, peak entropy. Ice in a drink will cool the drink down, but inversely, the drink will also warm the ice up, melting it until they meet in the middle at the same temperature. this property seems to be true magically speaking as well, cause I think I can pinpoint the exact moment that started Equestria's magic crisis. Think back to Midnight Sparkle. She was tearing holes in the fabric between the worlds, allowing magic to flow from one to another. Now, Sunset fixed them, but she missed one, and we've seen that magic has been leaking out of Equestria into the human world ever since. I think this is it. We've already seen the effects this had on the human world, more magical items, more magical abilities, but this has to have an effect on Equestria too. A gradual weakening of magic. If this leak remained unaddressed, then it would continue until the worlds reached magical equilibrium. Think of it as Equestria starting out with 100% and the human world with 0. As the worlds mix, they eventually even out at 50% each. That's what I think the crisis was. Spread thin between two worlds, Equestria's magic was diluted beyond most use. Just like when Cozy Glow drained magic, Ponies lost their innate magic, but this time, since Equestria still had 50%, there would always be enough for artifacts to work. This is what allowed Princess Twilight to save the day by making the crystals, restoring a semblance of innate magic. Ironic, a Twilight started this mess and a Twilight fixed it. But wait a second, if Cozy could drain 100% with 6 trinkets and a fancy scribble in the ground, shouldn't getting back the 50% from the human world be just as easy? Twilight wouldn't even have to unfreeze Tyrek for help, because Discord knows how to make magic circles too. Ask Sombra. Well, you can't because he's dead, but have Discord bring him back with a magic circle again and then ask Sombra. Never mind. The point is that Discord could have just patched up the tears, drained all the magic from the human world, and 3 days later, boom, no artifacts and no sacrifice necessary. This is hypothetically possible, but I think Twilight may have had a different dilemma. That solution would work out well for Equestria, but think about how the human world would experience it. Though they weren't meant to have magic, they did seem to be enjoying it. As the human world received more and more, magic may have become a broader way of life for the humans. Restoring full magic to Equestria may have meant taking it all from them. And that's not just an inconvenience. A world without magic, having it tossed in their face, but just as they get used to it, having it stripped away? This would be an upset at best, a catastrophe at worst. Imagine the absolute chaos. Some in Equestria would see this as the necessary course of action anyway. But if I'm right, not Princess Twilight. She found a solution where everyone wins, even if it meant personal sacrifice. The worlds remain in equilibrium, but with the help of Twilight's artifacts, both humans and ponies could retain their magical ways of life. Though it may have been Twilight's best move, it's not the perfect cure-all. A consequence of this decision is that Equestria would never be able to reach the same magical heights. It would only maintain a base level of magic, which brings us back full circle to Sunny. What once would have turned you into an Alicorn now results in this instead. Still incredible and amazing, just not quite what it used to be. But that's what had to be done. What happened to Sunny's Star Scout is just the future of Alicorns. Or at least that's my best guess on why things are so different now. To recap, ever since Midnight Sparkle tore that crack in the base of the horse statue, equestrian magic has been slowly leaking into the human world. As the worlds approached equilibrium, ponies were losing their innate magic. But Princess Twilight didn't want to tear magic away from the humans. This prompted her to create the crystals by, well, you'll have to watch my other video for that. And now, because of her sacrifice, both worlds live freely in magic. But what do you think? Am I right about what happened to Equestria? Why or why not? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy. Or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/sawtoothwaves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Cameo Shadowness, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Petrolhead02, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Ishi, Jane Shadow, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Torn. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof! In Equestria's future, we see that ponies hadn't been able to use magic for quite some time. Yet, day and night still come and go. Without magic, how is this possible? As far back as history records, ponies have been raising the sun and moon with their horns. First by a group of 6 unicorn sorcerers, including Starswirl the Bearded, and then by Celestia and Luna. When the royal sisters retired, they passed on the responsibility to Twilight, but this was different. Twilight was only ever able to move the sun and moon when she had the royal sisters' magic, so the sisters put a small part of their power into this amulet. For the first time in history, the sun and moon were being moved with artifact magic, not innate horn magic. I think this is part of why day and night survived. As we saw with Cozy Glow's scheme, artifacts are resilient and need the least magic to survive. If the tribe's crystals are still working, then the day-night amulet should still be working as well. Now, the amulet is activated by innate magic, which would make it pretty useless in the form we know, but it might not have kept that form. If the amulet was turned into a dial that you could manipulate with regular non-magic physics, it could still be what's powering day and night to this day. That little seed of Celestia and Luna's magic still making the world go round. But that brings up a new question. Where's the day-night amulet now, and who's controlling it? The answer depends on what Twilight Sparkle decided to do with the amulet. The most obvious idea is that she controlled the day and night until the end of her rule, then passed on the responsibility to a successor, who passed it on to their successor, so on and so forth. This would mean that somewhere out there, the most recent successor is still controlling the amulet to this day. Since there's no single top authority in Equestria anymore, the responsibility may have diverged from official government duty. Maybe it branched off into its own society of timekeepers. But as fun as that sounds, I think Twilight had something entirely different in mind. Something revolutionary. Let's back up a bit. So, Twilight inheriting the day and night cycle in the first place is kind of ridiculous, right? The royal sisters raised the sun and moon because they were best suited for the job, but now any unicorn with the amulet can do it. So why is this Twilight's responsibility again? I think this line highlights the absurdity of it all best. Celestia told Twilight she could activate the amulet at any time, facetiously adding, preferably dawn and dusk. But just think about that for a moment. Dawn is defined as when the sun rises. It's by definition impossible to raise the sun at any time besides dawn. Same thing goes for dusk. Adding preferably dawn and dusk is literally meaningless, unless Celestia meant for Twilight to keep moving the sun and moon in accordance with the pattern they've kept up. In other words, watch the clock and make it be dawn and dusk at the same times they've been doing it. You see how silly this is now? Clocks used to tell Twilight what time it is, but from now on, they tell Twilight what time she needs to make it be. It made sense when the magic was being cast directly, but now, if you're gonna automate the source of your power, you might as well automate the timing of it, too. And that's exactly what I think Twilight did. She revolutionized the day-night cycle. Think of what we know about her. She's always been very practical, whipping up lists and finding the most efficient use of her time. Remember the mirror to the human world? She doesn't just take things at face value. Sure, it naturally keeps closed until every 30th moon, but Twilight didn't just accept that. Combining magic with technology, she came up with a way to keep it open 24/7. That same inventiveness could devise a structure to automate the amulet, far more precisely than any pony could keep up with. She could connect it to a giant clock designed to be perfectly accurate for millennia. This clock wouldn't just describe the time of day, it would define it. Change the time on the clock, change the time of day. Before her reign came to an end, there's actually evidence that Twilight had automated the day-night cycle. When Luster Dawn was running off with her new friends, Twilight watched nostalgically as the sun set. She wasn't controlling the amulet here. which means either someone else was on sun duty that day, or no one was. It was being done automatically. Twilight has learned to delegate, and instead of burdening some flawed pony with such an important task, why not just give it to a machine that can do it better? This just seems to fit best with Twilight's sensibilities, so that's what I think happened to the amulet. I also just like the idea of Equestria having a master clock. It'd be such a mysterious part of this world and its lore. Like, what if it ran out of juice? Imagine Sunny and the gang going about their day until they notice their day's going about a bit too long. Shouldn't the sun have set by now? Equestria collapses into sheer panic as they realize the sun has stopped dead in its tracks. Eternal day. Worried about drought, the gang sets off to get to the bottom of it. This parallels how the main six's first adventure involved eternal night, but this time, they don't know what's causing it. No villain to announce the day shall last forever, it just happens. A mystery for them to solve. Using Argyle's research, the gang discovers an enormous structure that hasn't been touched for centuries. It's surrounded by power grids and full of enormous clock gears and pendulums, all built around this tiny, ancient amulet. I guess they find a way to power it back up and restore the day-night cycle, but with names like Sunny Star Scout and Izzy Moonbow, I wonder if these two specifically might play a bigger part here. Perhaps they'll somehow absorb the power from the amulet and have to take on the responsibility themselves. I'm into some wild speculation at this point, but I can't help myself. There's just something electrifying about this whole idea. Uncovering a piece of their distant past and my time's distant future. What could be more exciting? But what do you think? Am I right about what Twilight did with the amulet? If not, how are day and night still happening? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy. Or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox 3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Petrolhead 02, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Torn, Ishi, Jane Shadow, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Cameo Shadowness. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I've been Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Did Celestia release Nightmare Moon for the main six to go up against? I did a video about this idea and at the time decided no, she didn't. Celestia said, "I saw the signs of Nightmare Moon's return," a passive statement that implies she wasn't involved. I trusted her, stating she had no reason to be misleading here. But maybe she did. Remember how crushed Twilight was when she learned their recent accomplishments were basically staged by Discord? This could be the same principle. Celestia may have wanted to foster a sense of independence here, even if she secretly had some control of the situation. Misleading like this wouldn't exactly be out of character either. If Celestia can pretend to disregard the prophecy of Nightmare Moon's return, she can pretend to not have been involved. So yeah, Celestia may have been the one controlling those stars. I'm neutral on the idea, but regardless, I still think the spirit of the Tree of Harmony helped to orchestrate things. Check out the old video for more details and stay tuned for my next one. It might be a bit late, but it's gonna be crazy. Brohoof. Check out this alternate timeline where Discord rules Equestria. Notice how it's not Nightmare Moon there, but Princess Luna. In a world without the main six, how was she reformed? That's right, Phillies, Colts, and NB folks, we're talking alternate timelines again. Back on my bull. I don't have a problem, I can quit whenever I want. So this timeline, right? It was created when Starlight prevented the rain boom. This was the split off point. Everything before the rain boom was the same, like Nightmare Moon's banishment. But everything after this point would be different from the world we know. The main six would never come together and wield the elements of harmony. Which brings up a problem. In the Discord timeline, how was Nightmare Moon defeated without the main six? Did Celestia Celestia use the elements of harmony to reform Nightmare Moon all by herself? If that was possible, then why didn't she do that in the first place all those years ago? And why did she have the main six do it in our timeline? Luna's reformation seems contingent on the main six, yet we know for a fact that Luna must have been reformed without them at least once. To figure out what's going on here, we need to answer a bigger question. Why was Nightmare Moon released from the moon in the first place? This is tricky, because we don't even know for sure how she was released in our timeline, let alone others. On the longest day of the 1000th year, the stars will aid in her escape is the best we have. But is that an inevitable process or a deliberate action that could vary between each timeline? All we know is there's at least 2 alternate timelines where Nightmare Moon was freed from her prison. Maybe it happened in more, maybe it didn't. We just don't know, leaving us with 2 possibilities. Either Nightmare Moon was freed by default in all the timelines, or it was on an individual basis. Let's imagine it's the first one. Nightmare Moon has automatically been released in every world. In one, she takes over. In another, she somehow gets reformed. And in the other 5, we don't see her at all. As for those, it's possible she was picked off by one or more of the villains. Many of these timelines may have been a gauntlet between multiple villains, with the most advantaged in each timeline coming out on top. The Nightmare Moon timeline would just be the one where she came out on top. This would be consistent with what we see, but we can't ignore the other possibility. The one where Nightmare Moon was freed deliberately as a choice that could differ from world to world. This is where the fun begins. The idea goes that in our timeline, the forces of good aided in Nightmare Moon's escape, knowing the main 6 would be able to reform her. If this is the case, then what about the timelines with no main 6? Would the forces of good just leave Nightmare Moon up there? That seems to be the only logical option, right? I mean, aiding in her escape in a world without the main 6 would be extremely dangerous. Yet, here she is twice. Does that mean the forces of good couldn't have been involved here? Not necessarily. Expecting anything good to come from freeing her is one heck of a long shot, but these timelines were already bleak. If you're desperate enough, that might be the only move you have left. So even in the timelines without the main 6, the forces of good may have intentionally unleashed Nightmare Moon. Let's explore this scenario. Equestria is living life as normal. There was no rain boom, but this hasn't caused any dramatic differences yet, so most ponies don't realize anything's wrong. In fact, for a while things are better. The longest day of the 1000th year comes and goes with no problems. The forces of good have no reason to unleash Nightmare Moon into a world that isn't prepared to deal with her. So the status quo continues, until Discord breaks free from his stone prison and turns Equestria upside down. Just like he did in our timeline, he goes after the elements first, making it impossible for Celestia to counter him. At least, not directly. Her sister does have the power they need, but is bringing her back worth the risk? Well, she does miss her, and at least with her there's a chance, so Celestia rolls the dice. Nightmare Moon returns to a world of chaos, and Discord has some serious competition. The two face off, and here's the mind-blowing part. The winner of this battle depends on which timeline you're in. I think this scenario may have happened in both timelines where we saw Luna. 2 different versions of Celestia rolled those dice, and the radically different outcomes are a result of which ways the 2 battles went. In one timeline, Nightmare Moon put a swift end to Discord's rule, banished Celestia to the moon, and took over Equestria herself, the Nightmare Moon timeline. In the other, Discord noticed Luna was different from last time, enhanced by corruption magic to be much more of a threat. Acting fast, he ripped the corruption magic out of Luna, weakening her substantially and, as a side effect, reforming her. The threat neutralized, he returned to his regularly scheduled, or irregularly unscheduled, chaos. The Discord timeline. Celestia's gamble failed in both. Either Nightmare Moon replaced Discord as Equestria's tyrant or was rendered helpless by Discord. At least in the latter, the royal sisters could reunite, even if it meant living in chaos forever. I think this battle was a pivotal point in at least those 2 timelines, though it may have started a different way. Maybe Celestia didn't free Nightmare Moon, but rather Discord. Perhaps when he took over Equestria, he noticed Luna was missing, saw the silhouette in the moon, and decided to free her himself.
you know, for funsies. The battles then go both of two ways, resulting in the outcomes we know. Discord has been known to make foolish decisions and get in over his head, but to be fair, he does have a chance of winning. Maybe it's a mix of the two, where Celestia brought Nightmare Moon back in one timeline and Discord brought her back in the other. I think Discord would have the advantage in the timeline where he brought her back and was ready versus where Celestia unleashed her without notice. Either way, this would mean the Nightmare Moon timeline used to be a Discord timeline, which is pretty funny, because according to the Chrysalis timeline Sawtooth, they used to be a Nightmare Moon timeline. If that Nightmare Moon rose to power because of Discord too, that would mean Chrysalis owes her success to two villains before her. Wouldn't be the only time she's depended on two villains to be actually effective. Now, the biggest unknown here is whether Discord could actually separate the corruption magic from Luna. Personally, I wouldn't put it past him. He has a strong sense of magic and can move a ton of it around. If he can do it, that nicely consolidates the questions of why and how Nightmare Moon was freed and reformed. The answer's Discord. It's that simple, which is why it's my favorite explanation here. Of course, there's always the possibility he's not able to remove corruption magic, in which case, how could Nightmare Moon have been reformed? Here's a fun idea. What if before Discord was able to break out of stone and steal the elements, Celestia took things into her own hooves? Rounding up a makeshift 6, she could try to match them up with the elements so they could take on Nightmare Moon. Definitely a long shot. If this is what happened, then they must have straight up failed in the Nightmare Moon timeline. Of course, in Discord's timeline, they were successful in reforming Nightmare Moon, but must have run out of luck when it came to Discord himself. It's possible a makeshift 6 was developed with varying degrees of success in all the timelines. Though in at least some, I think Discord would have stolen the elements before anything like that was possible. There's just so many interweaving pieces here you have to consider, and that's just with the first two villains. So what do you think? How was Nightmare Moon freed and how was she reformed? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy, or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Grimeclipse, Color Shine, Torn, Ishi, Jane Shadow, Gunnar Clovis, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Equinox 3141. Congrats! And thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof! We always talk about Starlight as the villain who was interested in time travel, but there's another villain who was as well. Nightmare Moon. After Twilight had seen Equestria at war against Sombra and in hiding from Chrysalis, she returned to a third present, an Equestria dominated by Nightmare Moon. When Twilight was telling that world's rarity how she had gotten there, Nightmare Moon was listening from the shadows. She demanded Twilight give her the time travel spell, claiming no one in her kingdom but her should possess such a power. Turns out she wanted to use the spell for herself. But what could the Empress of the Night want with a time travel spell? All of Equestria was already hers. Luckily, she tells us, quote, "With it, I will ensure that the elements of harmony are never found, and my reign lasts forever." She wanted to use time travel to make sure she could stay in power. At first I thought, that doesn't make sense. You don't need time travel to keep people from finding the elements. Why doesn't she just destroy them like Sombra did? Then I remembered our Nightmare Moon tried that and it didn't work. At the time, the elements weren't even in physical space. They were hidden, only to be revealed magically. The elements would always be one spark of friendship away from being unlocked. Now we can understand the looming threat that the existence of the elements posed to Nightmare Moon. Our Nightmare Moon might not have realized this, but this one had time to think and worry about everything that could threaten her reign. With the time travel spell, she could travel back to before the elements were hidden and then destroy them Sombra style. This is what I think she was so determined to do with that spell. Without Twilight's fast thinking here, Nightmare Moon would have harnessed time travel to alter fate and secure her rule. Good thing she didn't though, right? Right? Twilight may have escaped with her copy of the spell that Starlight had edited, but this world also has a Star Swirl time travel spell, and it also has a Starlight. Let's talk about the other Starlights. When the main six were first led to her village, she'd probably been running it for quite some time, and I imagine her backstory would have unfolded pretty much the same with or without the Rain Boom. So there's a strong chance Starlight was running her cult in every timeline. The village would have faced the other realities. Though being in the middle of nowhere does have its advantages. They probably wouldn't even notice anything amiss under Chrysalis. Huh. What? Do things seem greener to you? Huh. Yeah, it's like a tint. Yeah, like a tint. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Or like a filter or something. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Strange. Yeah. They would be fine, but Nightmare Moon, that would affect them. Not only would the village lose the sun, they'd lose their leader too. Let's back up a bit. So you're Nightmare Moon. You've just been visited by a pony from a different timeline who described to you how she was able to defeat you with the elements. She then escaped with the spell that you need to keep the elements from being found. What do? First, you're gonna try to find your world's version of that spell. It's unlikely she had destroyed the Canterlot archive. If anything, she'd have relocated the documents to the new capital and barred them from public access. So Nightmare Moon sorts through the archive and finds Star Swirl's time travel spell. However, when she uses it, she has a similar experience to when Twilight used it. The spell isn't enough to do what she wants. The visitor must have had an altered version of the spell, so Nightmare Moon set her ambition on finding the pony who did the altering. She does this not by searching the waking world, but by scouring the dreamscape. She discovers a cluster of strangely similar, brainwashed dreams. At the center of it is the pony she sought out for, Starlight Glimmer, a very powerful leader who was able to alter the destinies of her subjects. No one in Nightmare Moon's kingdom but her should possess such a power. So she kidnaps Starlight, announces the village to be the sovereign territory of Nightmare Moon, and vanishes. Starlight's followers now have to make sense of life without her. Double Diamond, the most dogmatically faithful of them all, may step up to lead the cult, but there's a good chance without their founder, things would just fall apart. Some of the villagers may decide to break the Cutie Mark vault, ending the project for everyone. Meanwhile, Nightmare Moon forces Starlight to work on the spell, warping it to suit her goals. Starlight has no idea that all of this is because another version of herself altered the same spell and created the very timeline she calls home. When Starlight finishes the spell, Nightmare Moon throws her in prison and finally enacts her plan. Traveling to the past, Nightmare Moon destroys the elements and returns to an alternate present in which her greatest threat no longer exists. There's no stopping her now. It's very possible Nightmare Moon's empire still reigns supreme into the new era. Either she's somehow still alive through some dark magic, or she had descendants who inherited the throne. Regardless, things are gonna look pretty dark in that timeline. Literally. But as viewers of this channel know well by now, that's only half the story. Just as I think the Nightmare Moon timeline continued after Twilight left, I think it would continue after Nightmare Moon left. The timeline she left behind is still out there. From their perspective, the queen just up and vanished without a trace. Maybe this timeline turns around for the better. Like if Celestia is eventually released and able to restore a semblance of normalcy. Or maybe another villain fills the vacuum. Remember how Chrysalis could impersonate Celestia and lead a revolution against Nightmare Moon? Well, in a timeline where Nightmare Moon conveniently disappeared, Chrysalis could just skip the revolution step and impersonate Nightmare Moon herself. Like, hey, I'm back, did you miss me? And just like that, she's in control. But that's assuming Chrysalis hadn't already been dealt with at this point. It's possible another villain filled the vacuum. What if after Starlight was thrown in jail, she restarted her cult from scratch? Playing the martyr, she'd begin by converting jailmates, slowly getting the word out and eventually spreading across Equestria. We never did get to see what would happen if Starlight's original plan was successful. All of this multiverse madness was originally her doing. In fact, fact, it's possible Starlight's goal in preventing the main six wasn't just revenge, but to create a world in which her cult would be safe from the main six. It's only fitting that evil Starlight would get a chance to shine in the multiverse that she created. But who knows really? The possibilities of what could happen in this timeline are endless. Or for that matter, in the timeline that Nightmare Moon created. It's crazy to think that alternate timelines may have spawned their own alternate timelines. Where does the insanity end? Does the insanity end? What do you think? Did Nightmare Moon eventually harness time travel? If so, what were the results of that? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy, or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Grim Eclipse, Color Shine, Torn, Ishi, Jane Shadow, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Gunnar Clovis. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until next time. Brohoof. There was a changeling at Cranky and Matilda's wedding. This was well before the changelings were formed and not too long after the attack on Canterlot. Changelings were still seen as Equestria's enemies, and to be fair, most of them were. So what was this mysterious changeling doing here? Who are they? Cranky spent most of his life searching all across Equestria for Matilda. He had all sorts of adventures and made all sorts of friends, including the incredibly camp sea serpent Stephen Magnet. With this in mind, it's no surprise that Cranky would befriend a changeling at some point in his travels as well. Changelings do love their weddings, but I don't think this one was just there for the food. Why else would they keep their true form if not out of respect for Cranky on his big day? Perhaps it was in memory of when they first met. If this changeling was just there for the food, they would have at least tried to blend in. No Ling is gonna just walk in uninvited without putting on a disguise. So the changeling has to have been invited and must have been Cranky's friend. But that doesn't tell us who they are. They've clearly separated from the Hive and rejected Chrysalis's ways by making a friend. This should be sounding familiar. Who's everyone's favorite changeling deserter? Me! Oh, right. Thorax too, I guess. Lots of people have assumed that this is just an earlier sighting of Thorax. Could he be the changeling that Cranky befriended? This doesn't add up. Thorax was part of the attack on Canterlot, which happened after Cranky ended his travels and retired in Ponyville. This makes it very unlikely their paths would have crossed, unless Cranky looked for Matilda in the Changeling Hive or something. Besides, Thorax talked to Spike as if he'd never had a friend before, so this just doesn't make sense for him. The changeling at the wedding is a different color than Thorax anyway. They're a standard changeling blue, while Thorax always had a slightly greener shade. This is an entirely different changeling, and no, it wasn't me. I didn't get an invitation. So if they weren't me, and they weren't Thorax, who could they be? If Cranky befriended them in his travels, they must have left the Hive before the attack on Canterlot, earlier than any other known changeling. This makes me wonder, if they discovered friendship, why didn't their wings begin to sparkle like Thorax's did? Why did they never share their love and reform like he did? I have so many questions about this changeling. Have they since then reformed? Where are they now? Did they return to the new Hive? Unfortunately, this is the only sighting of this changeling we ever got. Or is it? This is a changeling we're talking about. If they have appeared elsewhere, it's not like we'd know. They may have dropped their disguise for the wedding, but around town, everything knows the reactions you'd get to that. According to this trading card here, the changeling at the wedding's name is Kevin. Okay, sure, whatever. The caption says, "I'm just here for the food," which I've already explained can't be the case. I usually disregard these, but there's a card I can't stop thinking about.
Kevin is featured in one other card. Here. Do you see him? Neither do I, but this card would have us believe they're somewhere here, in disguise as one of these ponies. I can't help but explore this idea further. Let's look at the timeline. This moment in the card was directly after Twilight's castle grew out of the ground, the first time Ponyville got a good look at it. If Kevin really was in the crowd here, it would be their earliest known sighting, but that's not a problem. This was still after Cranky settled in Ponyville and not long before his wedding. If Cranky had met Kevin in his travels, it makes sense that Kevin would come by Ponyville to visit an old friend. So the changeling we saw at Cranky's wedding may very well have been here before the wedding too. But which of them is Kevin? One of these ponies isn't a pony. Could it be Sweetie Belle, Derpy, Bulk Biceps, Mayor Mare?
Kevin's a girl?
It could be any one of them. Don't say it, don't think it, 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 don't say it. There's an imposter among us. And luckily this is one of those times when the imposter is sus. I think I saw Derpy vent, yeah? Big Mac was faking his chores.
Nope.
They're called tasks.
Self-report.
Shut up, shut up. Everyone should vote out this one right here. Star Hunter, if you really are Star Hunter, where are your wings? I distinctly remember you being a Pegasus at the Wonderbolts Academy, the Weather Factory, and a bunch of other places. But here, the one time we have reason to believe a changeling is in our midst, you just so happen to appear as an Earth Pony. Other Pegasi's wings are clearly visible from this angle, but all you can see on Star Hunter is their hip, just like this Earth Pony here. You wanna know the only other time we've seen Star Hunter as an Earth Pony? At another wedding celebration after a changeling invasion. Now that is pretty sussy-wussy. You're just a little sussy baka, aren't you? We never speak of this again. So yeah, if Kevin has appeared besides at Cranky's wedding, I have my money on Star Hunter. They've been to Canterlot, they visited their friend in Ponyville, and eventually dropped their disguise to attend that friend's wedding. Of course, nowadays, a changeling has no reason to hide. So if Kevin has reformed, it's possible we've seen them around Equestria or at the Hive. Ultimately, I just wish I could meet them and hear their story. So if you're watching this, Kevin, oh wait, you've probably been dead for a long time. Stupid cockatrice. But what do you think? Who is this changeling? What's their story? Have they appeared elsewhere? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy, or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Ishi, Jane Shadow, Gunnar Clovis, Captain Good, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Maximilian HG. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. The main six stepped in a patch of poison joke, and that resulted in all sorts of interesting effects. But what is poison joke? Where is it from, and how does it work? Quick heads up, my t-shirts won't be available for much longer, so if you wanted to grab one, make sure you order soon. On to the video. Oh, don't worry, changelings are actually immune to poison joke.
At least I think. Anyway, this infamous blue plant had a different effect on each of the main 6, but they weren't just randomized pranks. Poison Joke seems to individually target each victim in their source of pride, what they value most in themselves. It then takes that thing and flips it around, turning it into their source of embarrassment instead, making it into a joke. Like the one who's good at magic getting a floppy horn, or the one who's good at flying moving like she has 2 left wings. The big, strong apple bucking work pony now can't even lift an apple. Fluttershy's light voice that helps her calm animals, now it's deep. Pinkie always telling jokes and being the life of the party, now she can't speak. Rarity's sense of style? Woof. The Poison Joke somehow knew which prank would be the most insulting to each pony, the most thematically comical. And it wasn't just coincidence. Poison Joke had the exact same effect on Fluttershy the second time around. This wasn't random. Poison Joke demonstrates a level of intelligence. Twilight even personified it, saying all our problems are just little jokes. It played on us.
Little jokes? Very funny.
Could this be literally true? Were these plants directly thinking, planning, scheming this whole time?
Oh, it was but a joke, monsieur.
They certainly don't seem sentient, but what else could be going on here? What if Poison Joke is just cleverly engineered? Perhaps once the toxins enter the pony, they're designed to travel to the brain where they determine what the best joke would be and then start causing those symptoms. It did take overnight for the effects to kick in. Maybe that initial calculation period is why. They're just following their programming. That's not to say this would be a purely scientific process. I think magic does a lot of the heavy lifting. Poison Joke is a magical flower, so when the main 6 were exposed to it, they underwent individualized enchantments. The main 6 really were cursed, just not by Zecora. Huh, since Zecora knew about Poison Joke, I wonder if she was ever affected by it. Wait a second, why didn't the Poison Joke do anything to you? I appear just fine, as you can see, but underneath, I have lost all ability to rhyme. Oh. Somehow that's more disturbing than mine, but alas, I'm afraid it's true. Have a good day. Okay, so there's some pretty impressive magic behind Poison Joke, but where is this magic from? How did Poison Joke come to be? Is it just one of the many chaotic quirks of the Everfree? I'm not a fan of puppeteers, but I have a nagging fear someone else is pulling at the strings. Who else has been known to take a pony's best qualities and turn them on their heads? Who else changes ponies' appearances just for a laugh? And who has been known to plant seeds to do their bidding in the Everfree forest? That's right, Poison Joke may be the creation of Discord. There's no way to know for sure, but it does make a lot of sense. The main 6's symptoms are indistinguishable from classic Discord chaos. If he delegated the draining of the Tree of Harmony and the kidnapping of the princesses to the Plunderweeds, maybe he delegated some of his havoc wreaking to the Poison Joke. This way, even if Discord wasn't there, he could still be indirectly making jokes and causing trouble. Sure enough, while Discord was long in Stone Prison, he was still able to troll 6 ponies who didn't even know he existed yet. I suppose Poison Joke could just be an Everfree thing, but it seems so fitting that the spirit of chaos would be behind it. So what do you think? How does Poison Joke work? Where is it from? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy before the shop closes. Or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox 3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Jane Shadow, Gunnar Clovis, Captain Good, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Ishi. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. Oh, Celestia, I can't see my hoof. What's happening? Oh, so the joke for me is turning invisible, huh? I wonder what that says about me. Stupid flower. Flower. That's it, flower! Ha! Take that, poison joke. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. I need you to forget everything you think you know. The reason Celestia has lived for so long may be far more sinister than you think. I'm onto something big. They don't want you to find out. If this is the last thing I ever post, you'll know what happened. They found me. If you're watching this, I need you to buy my t-shirts. These one-of-a-kind hoof-made bleach pattern t-shirts can be yours to own, but only if you order before April 22nd. That's right, these are limited edition, so get yours while you still can. We've all just assumed that being an Alicorn is what extends your lifespan. Something about having magic from all three tribes keeps you from aging like the others. This isn't a terrible assumption to make, since there does seem to be a correlation between Alicornhood and immortality, but that doesn't mean causation. It's still an assumption. What if I told you something else is at play here? A fruit forbidden to all but those in power. Well, you'd think I'm crazy, and maybe I am, but hear me out. There's something to this. First, a little background in mythology. Myths the world over are full of immortal characters, but not all of them are eternally youthful just by nature. Some depend on an external source for their youth. Look at Norse mythology. Idun is the goddess of youth. Her name literally translates to the rejuvenating one. It's because of her golden apples that the other gods stay forever young. When Loki kidnapped Idun, preventing her from providing the apples, the gods began to gray and age. Golden apples actually appear throughout multiple mythologies. In the Greek mythos, they're never explicitly stated to be the source of immortality, but they're always adjacent to immortality, only to be possessed by the gods. The goddess Hera and her Garden of the Hesperides is where the golden apple of discord came from, the argument over which led to the Trojan War. Yeah, golden apples are highly coveted and in some cases grant eternal youth. So my question is, what if the same is true in our world too? Equestria does have a lot in common with mythologies, mostly Greek but not exclusively. There's also references to Aztec, Algonquin, French, German, Chinese, Aboriginal, Australian, and more. With this in mind, what if Celestia's garden, just like Hera's, has a golden apple tree? And what if, just like Idun, her apples provide eternal youth? And I'm not talking about golden delicious apples, those are just called golden. They're just yellow and clearly don't grant eternal youth. No, I'm talking about golden apples. Could those exist in Equestria, and could Celestia be in possession of them? The answer to that is an emphatic yes. Let me take you way back to the Grand Galloping Gala, the first one that Twilight and her friends attended. On the way there, Spike was going over his list of things to do with the others, like showing Pinkie his favorite donut place. Here's what else he says.
I gotta show Rarity the crown jewels and Applejack the princess's golden apple tree. The princess's golden apple tree.
In this one obscure, easily missable line, Celestia is confirmed to have a golden apple tree. This may be the only time we ever hear about it, but that's enough to tell us it exists. And the public seems to know, perhaps even inspiring the Cutie Mark Crusaders to make that golden apple parade float. But what they may not know is that Celestia's golden apples are the very reason she's been alive for so long. Or are they? Celestia may have golden apples, but that doesn't mean they do anything. Just because it's true in some myths doesn't mean it's true here. But you have to admit, it is suspicious that the item in mythology known to grant eternal youth happens to be in the possession of the pony who's been alive for over 1,000 years.
In a world that has so much in common with mythology, it's more than enough to raise an eyebrow. Let's explore the implications. If the golden apples were the secret to Celestia's long life, it would paint quite the dark image of her. I mean, how cruel would it be to have the cure to death, but keep it all to yourself, only sharing with Luna and other royalty? Fortunately, I don't think this is the case, not even necessarily because of Celestia, but because this would also implicate Twilight. As we can see, the rest of the main six aged without her, and if this was something Twilight could help simply by sharing her diet of golden apples, you know she would have. This tells us immortality isn't something that can be shared like an apple. Otherwise, Twilight wouldn't be the odd one out. The Alicorn's immortality must come from somewhere else, probably just part of being an Alicorn after all. But don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean Celestia's golden apples are just fruits either. In the comics, golden apples grant the wishes of whoever eats them. So is that what Celestia's golden apples do? A wish-granting tree would be a good thing for the ruler of Equestria to have, but if she did have it, surely we would have seen them in use by now, or at least heard about them being used. Equestria has been through too many dire situations to not use the wish-granting fruit at your disposal. I mean, these things are shown to be pretty OP. Besides, we already have a wish-granting plant, so if Celestia's golden apples have a magical power, I don't think it's that either. But what else could it be? Well, maybe eternal youth. I know what I said, but eternal youth is different from immortality. It's possible to be eternally old. For all we know, that might be the natural course of Alicornhood. You live for centuries, but all wrinkly and stuff. Perhaps golden apples are how Celestia and the Alicorns maintain their youth despite their extra lifespans. This way, the apples might only be useful to those who are already immortal. They'd be no good for the Granny Smiths of the world, so the Alicorns wouldn't be evil for keeping them, and Twilight couldn't have shared with her friends anyway. This is the only way I can reasonably reconcile the golden apples of mythology with the golden apples of Equestria. And things do tend to trend towards the mythological, so there's a chance I'm onto something. But of course, there's countless other possibilities as well. In a world full of enchantment, who knows what these golden apples could do? Or not do. Maybe they are just fruits. At the end of the day, all we know for sure is that they exist. But what do you think? What do Celestia's golden apples do, if anything? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out me and my sister's t-shirts on Etsy before the shop closes on the 22nd. Or you could check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Jane Shadow, Gunnar Clovis, Captain Good, Angel of Speed, Scarmax, Pika Girl, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Musin. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Bro. Sunny Star Scout brought the three tribes together and we saw the crystals activate. But what role was the Lighthouse supposed to play? The center of the lighthouse had a specialized notch fit perfectly to the crystals. But when Sunny and the gang put all the crystals in place, nothing happened. This is because the tribes hadn't been brought together yet. The crystals weren't activated. Unfortunately, by the time they were, Sprout had destroyed the lighthouse. The crystals worked fine on their own, but we never got to see how they would have interacted with the lighthouse. Was there anything special about this place? let's see if we can piece things together with what we have so far. So Sunny was in the lighthouse, ready to give up when the setting sun hit the Earth Pony crystal just right. At first, the resulting image was fairly weak, but then it reflected into the lens at the center of the lighthouse. The lens amplified the brightness and reach of the image. Now, this was light reflected from the sun, but if the crystals were emitting their own light, the lens might boost that too. It's hard to say how much of this would be optical and how much would be magical, but either way, when you consider that the crystals were meant to be placed right below the lens, it seems like they were meant to be the source of light here. The light extends up from the crystals and out from the lens, or something along those lines. That's all I had for a good while, but now we've seen the lighthouse's replacement in action. Introduced for the first time, the crystal Brighthouse. Most of the times we see it, the Brighthouse has a slowly flashing rainbow shooting up through the center of it and beaming into the sky. I think it's pretty safe to say the crystals are what's causing this. We didn't see the crystal's resting state, only the first couple seconds after they combined, but they were really bright, and the sky was filled with rainbow auroras, so imagine if all of that light and color was filtered through the lighthouse lens. That might be what we're seeing here. But hold up, that's not how lighthouses work. They're supposed to cast light outwards towards the sea, helping any ships that need guidance, not up into the sky. This is definitely a different kind of beacon from what we're used to. It may still provide some guidance to ships in Maritime Bay, but I get the feeling that's not its main goal. What if the Crystal Brighthouse is meant to provide another kind of guidance for all Equestria? If you follow the rainbow to its end, you'll find a shining example of the tribes living in harmony. This lighthouse doesn't just provide physical guidance, but symbolic guidance as well. Plus, if you're a Pegasus living up in the clouds, you won't see the ground-based beams of a traditional lighthouse, but a straight-up beam splitting the sky in two? Every pony will see that. So this new landmark of Equestria actually makes a lot of sense. But what about the old lighthouse? Is that how it used to work too? I think so. The roof was transparent, allowing for light to shoot up out of it. Most lighthouses have opaque roofs. If the lens were to spin at the axis shown here and the source of light was directly below, the result might be similar to what we see in the Crystal Brighthouse. That axis of rotation certainly won't result in a traditional lighthouse. Though there is something that casts some doubt on this: the abandoned Zephyr Heights station. If you were promoting Maritime Bay as a tourist attraction and there was a fantastical rainbow coming out of it, you'd probably show that off in your promotional posters like this one here. Yet that's not what we see. Maybe the poster was from a time before or after the crystals were used in that way? We can't know for sure yet, but honestly, if the Crystal Brighthouse is meant to be a replacement, I imagine it'd be designed with the same function as the original. My hunch says this is a glimpse at what used to be. Regardless, I think for now on, Maritime Bay will be the heart of Equestria, the magical center of it. And this isn't just the next phase of history. I think the Crystal Brighthouse is what Equestria has been building up to for millennia. Think about it, you have a powerful crystal artifact fueled by love and channeled through a crystal building, pouring out to the rest of the world. If that sounds familiar, it's because that's exactly how the Crystal Empire worked as well. A powerful crystal artifact fueled by love and channeled through a crystal building, pouring out to the rest of the world. Both even give off auroras when activated. But this isn't just a rehash of the Crystal Heart. Oh no, the rest of Equestrian history is represented here too. From the pillars to the Alicorns to the main six. It's the theme of elements being brought together to form a greater whole. The theme of harmony. That's something that wasn't emphasized in the Crystal Empire, but we can clearly see its influence here. The Crystal Heart never gave off a rainbow, but you know what did? The elements of harmony.
This new setup is the best of both worlds, the culmination of all equestrian history, and I can't wait to see more of it in action. Though one thing's for sure, whoever designed the tribe's crystals must have done their homework. But what do you think? What role did the lighthouse play? Is the crystal Brighthouse the same? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Musin, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Jane Shadow, Gunner Clovis, Captain Good, Scarmex, Pika Girl, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Angel of Speed. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Magic has returned to Equestria, and we're beginning to see what life was like before the tribes separated. But it turns out we've had our hints all along. A few weeks ago, we were introduced to the replacement to Sunny's lighthouse, the Crystal Brighthouse. We can see a rainbow shooting up through the middle of it and into the sky. In my last video, I speculated that the crystals were causing this, and that the old lighthouse used to do the same thing. I also speculated that the purpose of the beam is to guide every pony to its source, a symbol of the tribes living in harmony. I'm really proud of that video, definitely check it out. But to be honest, I missed the evidence that was hiding in plain sight. Even before the Brighthouse, we've seen this vertical rainbow. We just didn't recognize it at the time. It was easy to miss. On Sunny's planning board, there was a note pinned to the frame. It shows a rainbow shooting up into the sky. This is proof that the whole vertical rainbow thing isn't new. The Crystal Brighthouse may be new, but it's not the first thing to cast that rainbow. I still think the old lighthouse was. The note doesn't show the old lighthouse, but most places in Equestria wouldn't be able to see it anyway. They would just see the beam splitting the sky in two, so it makes sense that this depiction would be what survived. Now the caption reads, "I want to believe," implying that this image alludes to something controversial, something legendary. This can't be talking about magic generally, since every pony in Maritime Bay already believed in magic. They were afraid of it. No, I think this is talking about what caused the magic, the harmony that used to exist between the tribes. That's controversial. Not even the schools taught it. You might as well believe in aliens. This tells us that the rainbow beam is a symbol not just of magic, but of harmony. When the sky looks like this, it means the tribes are united. More recently, this was even further solidified. In the preparation for Maritime Bay Day, we had this narration.
The Crystal Brighthouse, the great symbol of magic and friendship in the land of Equestria. And as long as harmony lasts among unicorns, pegasi, and earth ponies, its light will brighten the skies of Maritime Bay.
Here, the rainbow beam is confirmed to be the crystals pouring magic into Equestria, a symbol of harmony that will last as long as harmony does. And if this harmony stops, so does the rainbow, so does magic. This must be what happened all those years ago. When the rainbow disappeared, the Pegasi took their crystal and the unicorns took theirs, leaving the Earth Pony crystal in the lighthouse. There it remained until the lighthouse was destroyed and eventually rebuilt. Things are finally coming into focus, and we're learning more all the time. If you want to keep up with my discoveries, subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss a beat. If you liked the video, like the video. And if you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. Thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Musin, Color Shine, Torn, Gunner Clovis, Captain Good, Angel of Speed, Scarmex, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Princess Starglow. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof.
Somewhere in this crowd is a changeling, but which one could it be? It might not be the one I thought. A few weeks ago, I talked all about Kevin, the changeling who attended Cranky and Matilda's wedding and was featured in 2 different cards. Definitely check out that video. There's a lot of mystery around this changeling that I already covered there. But also in that video, I took a crack at which one in the second card might have been Kevin. I guessed Star Hunter, since he's supposed to be a Pegasus, yet here he is as an Earth pony. Even further, if this was Kevin, it wouldn't even be the first time they took this form, and this wouldn't be the first wedding they attended. At Cadance and Shining's wedding, we see Star Hunter once more as an Earth pony, the only other time he's not a Pegasus. More like mega sus, am I right? Okay, I won't do the Among Us bit again. Point is, I made a good case and it might be true. However, I was talking about this in a Patreon call and it turns out the full answer is a lot crazier and lends a new perspective on changeling strategies. That discussion got me started down a rabbit hole of mystery and espionage. So, without further ado, let's take a second look at this question and expose the imposter among us. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best, okay? Looking at this crowd, my first instinct was to find the least assuming pony, the one least likely to draw attention. Speaking from experience, the best way to avoid attention is to take a form that no pony would recognize. Create your own persona from scratch, like Thorax did when he became Crystal Hoof. That's what I did when I came up with this pony form. Ocelis has done this, Chrysalis has done this. It's a tried and true changeling tactic. I mean, if you're trying to blend in, why would you take another pony's form? You'd have to pretend to be some pony else. And what if you run into the pony you're impersonating, or some pony who knows them well enough to catch you? If you're not trying to steal love or replace some pony powerful, there's just no reason to risk it. Or so I thought. In that Patreon call, my patrons told me about a factor that I probably should have taken into account a long time ago. Something that totally changes the game when it comes to hiding in Ponyville. What if I told you the less recognizable you are, the more at risk of drawing attention you become? As ironic as that sounds, it's true, and that's all because of one particularly nosy Ponyville resident. Let's call this the Pinkie paradox. We know how Pinkie reacts to newcomers. She has to know everything about you and will ensure that you become the center of attention whether you like it or not. You'll have a party thrown for you before you even know what happened. It's a good thing I almost never went into town anyway, because if you don't have a convincingly detailed cover story, that cover's about to be blown. So if you're a changeling visiting Ponyville trying to lay low, turns out it's just safer to imitate some pony else. You do risk running into the wrong ponies, but at least the wrong ponies are easier to avoid than Pinkie's all-seeing eye. This way she'll have no reason to barrage you, unless it happens to be the pony you're imitating's birthday or something unlucky like that. Pinkie Pie single-hoofedly turns the changeling playbook on its head. But don't go making your plans just yet, because there's one more layer to this. A thing to consider about the thing to consider. Imitating may be safer for a short visit, but what if you want to live in Ponyville? Avoiding the wrong ponies for a day is one thing, but for life? It's only a matter of time before you run into trouble. If you're trying to live in Ponyville, it might just be best to bite the bullet and face the Pinkie paradox head on. Become your new persona and prepare for her onslaught. Is it risky? Absolutely, but I'd rather roll those dice once and get it over with than roll safer dice every day until I inevitably fail. Imitating is only advantageous if you keep your rolls to a minimum. Don't stay for too long. Both strategies are valid and have their pros and cons, it's just a matter of your specific goals. Okay, but what does all of this mean for Kevin? Which of these strategies did they use? Did they take some pony's form or craft one from scratch? It might help if we knew how long Kevin was staying in Ponyville, but we don't. Do Kevin's 2 confirmed sightings represent distinct visits, or had Kevin just been living here? We can't know, which is a huge problem. Let's say Kevin has been living in Ponyville, maybe even longer than Cranky. That means any one of these ponies that blend in perfectly without any suspicion?
Maybe it's because they've been Kevin since the beginning. There is no real version of that pony to compare against, just like there's no real version of Crystal Hoof. Any one of these ponies may just be a changeling's persona, and we'd have no way to tell. Berry Punch, Amethyst Star, heck, even Mayor may have been an undercover changeling living in Ponyville for decades. Wait, no, Mayor secretly uses main dye. No Ling needs main dye when you can just morph a different main color. Hey, that's cute, but the bow's too tacky. Too talky. There. Alright, you're off the hook, Mayor. But the point stands. You can almost never know if any random pony has ever truly existed as a pony. We're at a dead end. There's just nothing we can do about that. But I'm not one to give up so easy. There's still another possibility, that Kevin was just visiting. This gives us a chance. Wanting to avoid Pinkie, Kevin might take on another's form. A form that could have noticeable differences from the real pony. That's how we deduced Star Hunter, but he's not our only possibility. Fillies, Colts, and Enby folks, it's time to investigate a candidate that I completely overlooked. Let's narrow things down. Kevin would be pretty dumb to imitate a well-known, high-profile pony like Mayor, so she's still off the hook. Same with Photo Finish. Instead, let's look for someone that not many ponies know or talk to, like Sakura. She is on the second Kevin card. Barely, but still technically a candidate. How sneaky would that be? Though Sakura's pretty hard to impersonate, unless you're good at coming up with mysterious rhymes on the spot. Maybe Kevin's a poet, but that's still an unnecessary risk. Yeah, how about some pony who's not too popular, but also not too hard to imitate? Some pony simple, a pony you could get away with only memorizing a single line for? Yep. Now we're talking. Both Bulk Mac and Big Bicep, both Big Bulk and Big Mac and Bulk Biceps would be pretty easy to pull off convincingly. Nailed it. However, with Big Mac's famous siblings, he might draw unwanted attention. Of the two, he's more likely to be approached, forcing Kevin to improvise. Bulk Biceps, on the other hoof, he seems to fit our criteria best. Kevin's safest bet just might be him. And as it happens, Bulk Biceps has acted pretty suspicious in the past. Here he is at the Wonderbolt Academy flying pretty well. But fast forward to the Equestria Games training and all of a sudden he's struggling to even get off the ground. Which is it? Are you a noob at flying or a student of the Wonderbolts? If this was in the reversed order, I'd understand, but Twilight was still a unicorn when Bulk was flying well. She was an Alicorn when he wasn't. Sure, ponies can lose progress, but this is very hard to reconcile as the same individual. So what if it's not? What if the Bulk we saw at the Wonderbolt Academy was secretly a changeling? What if Bulk Biceps is Kevin's go-to cover? He may stick out in the crowd, but he sticks out in a way that Ponyville has come to expect. It's honestly perfect. Alright, this is just great. Now we have two strong candidates for who Kevin might be. How can we possibly choose? What doesn't help is that both of these sightings could be Kevin. Maybe they took Star Hunter's form here and Bulk Biceps form here. Changelings are slippery like that. It does make sense that Kevin couldn't be Star Hunter at the Wonderbolt Academy since the real Star Hunter was at the Academy. The real one does have an impressive wing power according to Rainbow Dash, so it's no surprise he'd be there. Kevin would just have to imitate Bulk Biceps instead. It works out, but that still doesn't answer our question. Even if Kevin has been both, there can only be one Kevin in this picture. So which form did they take here? At the end of the day, I still think it's Star Hunter. The unusual thing about him was in this picture, no wings. But the unusual thing about Bulk was his flying, something we don't see depicted here. As far as we can tell, Bulk seems normal while Star Hunter does not. There could be some other anomaly going on here, but this seems like the simpler solution. If Kevin was just visiting Ponyville at least. If they've been living in Ponyville as their own persona, all bets are off. It could be pretty much anyone, there's no way to tell. Maybe everyone's a changeling. Is anyone real? Does anyone know? I sure don't. Final answer, still most likely Star Hunter Star. That's the best I can give ya. But something about this wasn't quite sitting right with me. Something was off. Bulk Biceps was different here. Kevin or not, my gut tells me this is a changeling. But why here? A changeling at a wedding is no surprise, but at the Wonderbolts Academy? The Wonderbolts are basically Equestria's Air Force. What would an unreformed changeling be doing at what is basically Equestria's military training center? That's when it hit me. What if this is a changeling spy sent by Queen Chrysalis to learn Equestria's military trade secrets? If that sounds far-fetched to you, think about it this way. This alleged sighting happened between the two changeling invasions. The first invasion was relatively small scale. Only one princess was replaced and only Canterlot was attacked. But the second changeling invasion? The main six, royal sisters, the royal family, all replaced. All of Equestria and the Crystal Empire taken over. This was a massive military operation, an enormous upgrade over the previous. Think of how much intel it must have taken to plan and execute something of this scale. Of course, Chrysalis would want to be as prepared as possible after the last disaster. And what better way than to infiltrate Equestria's military? With that full context, the timing of this sighting between the two invasions is alarming. The pony we thought was Bulk Biceps in that moment may have been a changeling spy, paving the way for a total changeling takeover. And who's to say the espionage stopped there? The Wonderbolts are just one aspect of Equestria's defense. What about the Royal Guard? I can't think of an easier group for changelings to infiltrate than the Royal Guard. They already look exactly the same, so what's stopping a changeling spy from just blending in and learning guard rotations, duties, weak spots, each and every vulnerability? Equestria would be none the wiser. That's probably how they pulled it off. We may have even seen many of these spies without even knowing. And hey, changelings in the Royal Guard could also explain the Alicorn sightings we've had. Just like how Changeling Star Hunter had no wings, changeling guards might have extra wings. We don't know for sure what the changelings were up to between the two invasions, but things line up a little too well here to just be coincidence. This sighting could be a glimpse into a much larger operation filling that gap in changeling history. But as far as I can tell, the truth is ultimately lost to time. Chances are, any changeling spies reformed with the Hive and eventually forgot their old assignments. It's all up in the air, and that's where we're gonna have to leave things. But do you see what I meant by rabbit hole? It's crazy to think that all of this started with trying to spot Kevin in the crowd. I'm honestly so thankful for my patrons and all of you for helping me see things from a new perspective. This has been a lot of fun. But speaking of which, what do you make of all this? Which of these is Kevin? Was this Bulk Biceps Kevin, or a spy, or a changeling at all, or just Bulk Biceps? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to check out my other Kevin video. If you liked this video, like this video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Cyanax, Solar Scripture, Princess Starglow, Musin, Torn, Gunnar Clovis, Captain Good, Angel of Speed, Scarmex, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Colorshine. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Petals runs a salon called Main Melody with the help of two ponies, Rocky and Jazz. The gimmick is they do makeovers and music, but there's something weird going on with their cutie marks. It's time to bring good old-fashioned cutie mark analysis into the new generation. Let's start with Pip. Her cutie mark is easy enough. She's a pop star princess. The music notes and crown combine to form the best of both worlds. But there's nothing salon-related here, so main styling must be a side thing for her, just part of being a fashionable trendsetter. Now Jazz's cutie mark on the other hoof, the horseshoe and the hoof polish brush make it clear that her calling is to make your hooves shine. But there's nothing music related here, so singing must be a side thing for her. She does have a musical name, but that's funny. At the salon and music place, we have one pony with a just music cutie mark and another with a just salon cutie mark. Only one pony has both represented. Let's take a look at Rocky's cutie mark. Here we have a music note, but the flags coming out of the right side are also the teeth of a comb. It's a really clever double meaning. His calling is both main styling and music. The guy is literally destined to work at a place like Main Melody. How perfect is that? Makes me wonder if Rocky was the original founder of Main Melody. Maybe he used to run a Main Melody back in Zephyr Heights. Then after the crystals were reunited, he moved to Maritime Bay to help Pip with a new startup location. He might be the true brains behind the operation, while Pip is the face of it, managing public relations and using her image to help with promotion. If I'm right, something tells me that this is a source of conflict. That while it is a successful business model, Rocky doesn't like how Pip gets all the credit. Just look at this scene.
What's wrong, Zip? Not a fan of Main Melody?
No, it's awesome. Pip has done a great job here.
You really think so?
When Zip credits Pip but not him, his confidence immediately fades and his smile looks forced. He walks away without even responding, and is it me or did he just roll his eyes? If I'm right, this resentment is bound to bubble up later. Maybe it'll lead to a lesson where Pip learns to deflect praise where it's due and not always be the focus of attention. If I'm wrong and Rocky doesn't play as big a part in Main Melody, I feel like he'll at least inherit the reins whenever Pip moves on to her next big thing. With a cutie mark like his, it's obvious. I mean, imagine if any pony besides the Sofa and Quills guy ran the Sofa and Quills store. It's just too perfect. All of this is really fun to speculate, but I noticed something odd with Rocky's cutie mark. If you can read music, you're probably getting red flags too. 8 of them to be specific. Viewer be warned, I'm about to, actually, the heck out of this cutie mark. But hey, I have a music note cutie mark too. Talking about this is my destiny. So basically, in Western music notation, we use different symbols to represent different amounts of time in relation to each other. We start with the whole note, which lasts a whole measure. Nice how that works, isn't it? Add a stem and you get the half note, which lasts half as long, making it twice as fast. Fill in the circle and you have a quarter note, half as long as a half note, making it 4 times faster than the whole note. Add a flag to the stem and you get the 8th note. From here, you keep adding flags to the stem, each one having the amount of time it takes to play, doubling the speed. So what does this mean for Rocky? Well, his cutie mark has a grand total of 8 flags. 8 halvings after a quarter note. Let's keep counting through the negative powers of 2, shall we? There's the 8th note, the 16th note, 32nd note, 64th, 128th, 256th, 512th, and finally, 1024th. Rocky's cutie mark is a 1024th note. Or if you're British, a semi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi-demi-semi-quaver. Yeah, the British system is something else. Lyrics coming at you at supersonic speed. Semi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi-demi-semi-quiver, semi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi-demi-semi-quiver, semi-hemi-demi-semi-hemi. And those syllables are just 30-second notes. The 1024th note is a 32nd of a 30-second note. You would need 1024 of these notes to fill a single measure of 4/4, 256 to fill a single beat. Even in the slowest tempos we're capable of feeling, that's still around 140 of these notes fit into a single second. For more common tempos like what Rocky performs, you're looking at closer to 500. If you don't realize how crazy that is, let me give you some context. Our brains can only perceive separate rhythmic pulses up to about 10 per second. Any faster than that, and we start to hear it as a blur of sound. Even crazier, at around 20 pulses per second, our brain starts interpreting that sound as pitch. The more pulses per second, aka hertz, the higher the pitch you hear. And remember, we were talking about at least 140, more likely around 500 hertz. This is octaves above the lowest audible notes and well within our low-mid range of hearing. So if you play enough 1024th notes in a row, you won't hear a rhythm. What you'll hear is a pitch. Check this out. Here I have a cluster of 1024th notes at a moderate 92 beats per minute. No matter which note on the keyboard they play, the same pitch comes out. A G4 at 392 hertz. So this is just a symbol of a specific pitch? Not even, because you'd need multiple in a row. Plus, it changes with the tempo. Pitch is much better signified by where on the staff the note is vertically placed. Now, you could argue that this symbol just means play a note very quickly once, but you're not even talking about rhythm at that point. Times that short are best described in terms of milliseconds, not extreme ratios of a broader measure that you can't even feel the relation between. Listen, I don't know how to say this delicately, and no offense to Rocky, but musically speaking, the note on his flank is useless. I mean, artists will make art out of useless things just to spite you, but we simply can't perceive rhythm at this scale. That is, unless you're playing at a likewise uselessly slow tempo. Whichever way you cut it, the 1024th note is a gimmick. Oh, so it turns out Rocky's cutie mark has a secret meaning. Despite how cool he looks, he's secretly pretty useless. Okay, I'm joking. I actually really like this guy, and his cutie mark design is super cute. Talk about a comb filter, am I right? But what if Rocky's beauty mark is actually part of his cutie mark? That would turn the symbol into a dotted 1024th note, making it 1.5 times longer. This means it'd be as fast as 3 2048th notes. Or if you're British, 3 demi-semi-hemi demi-semi-hemi demi-semi-quavers. What is the British system? I'm just having fun at this point, but what do you think? What's Rocky's relation to main melody? Did he just join, or had he founded it? What do you think about his or the others' cutie marks? Leave your thoughts in the comments. If you liked the video, like the video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Petrolhead02, Musin, Princess Starglow, Color Shine, Gunnar Clovis, Captain Good, Scarmex, Pika Girl, Kari, Sapphic Vampire, and this video's Alicorn of the Week, Solar Scripture. Congrats, and thanks again for everyone's support. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. We know about Nightmare Moon and Daybreaker, but what about Cadance? Does she have an evil form? After Starlight switched the Royal Sisters' cutie marks, she had a nightmare that introduced us to a very interesting idea. That what happened to Luna when she became Nightmare Moon could have happened to Celestia too. She could have become Daybreaker. A couple years ago, I theorized about what alternate set of circumstances may have resulted in just that. I think it all comes down to one different factor. You'll have to watch that video after this to find out, but could that really happen? The only time we ever saw or heard about Daybreaker was in that dream. She's just what Starlight feared would happen if the Royal Sisters kept fighting. We have no reason to think this is actually possible. For all we know, this kind of transformation is unique to Luna and no pony else.
You are wrong on so many levels.
Nameless?
Daybreaker has appeared in real life.
Really?
However, you'll have to look outside your universe to see it. Let's go to the Nexus.
Ooh, the spacey place? Where's the portal? I can't wait to,
Welcome back. Let's see. Daybreaker, Daybreaker, Daybreaker. Aha! Here's a world where Nightmare Moon and Daybreaker lived side by side. Not in the dream realm, but in the waking world.
Whoa, is that?
The Pony of Shadows? Yes. He trained the two of them to be his successors.
Cool. I mean, terrible.
So as you can see, Celestia may not have cracked in your universe, but she did in others.
Okay, but how do we know that's possible in my universe too?
Why wouldn't it be? The true nature of the Nightmare Force cuts to the very heart of magic itself.
I'm gonna need you to unpack that.
Okay. Remember when Starlight was mad at Trixie and bottled up her emotions? Literally?
Yeah, and the emotions escaped and possessed other ponies.
And what does that tell you about emotions?
That they're magical?
Precisely. And since emotions are magical, they can be used as a power source.
I think I get it. So all those years ago when Luna was rife with jealousy, that's what made her so powerful?
Yes and no. Nightmare Moon wasn't just a more powerful Luna. There was a corrupting force at play as well. Starlight's situation teaches us an important lesson. That emotions can exist separate from the pony who feels them. This means that another entity could use your emotions as their power source. Nightmare Moon was the result of such a parasite feeding off of Luna's jealousy.
Oh, just like how the Tantabus fed off of Luna's guilt, right?
Same principle, but the Tantabus is a whole other can of worms for a different day. The parasite that controlled Luna is called the Nightmare Force. It overrode Luna's will and used her as a vessel, gathering power from her negative emotions.
So Daybreaker is just what would happen if that same parasite fed off of Celestia's emotions instead.
You got it.
But that doesn't change the fact that in my world, Luna is still the only pony who ever got that parasite.
Is she though? Is she?
What are you suggesting?
Think about how the parasite affected Luna. Slit pupils, pointed teeth, shadow form, just like...
Sombra! I knew they were similar, but he had the same parasite Luna had? Sombra was like another Nightmare Moon?
Seems likely. Though some may attribute it to him being a different type of creature entirely, in your universe he was most likely a Nightmare Force corrupted pony.
Holy horses, wait. Luna fought Sombra not long before her own transformation. What if she originally got the parasite from him? The timing is just uncanny. She takes on Sombra, gets exposed to the parasite, and becomes its next victim. Nightmare Moon was caused by Sombra. A little help?
An interesting hypothesis. All I can say is, corrupting parasites that feed on emotion go way further back than Nightmare Moon. What was the Pony of Shadows if not a corrupting parasite that fed on Stygian's insecurities?
Huh. Pointed teeth, a shadow form, I guess I can see that. But Luna physically transformed. Stygian never did. The Pony of Shadows had its own form that more just engulfed Stygian into it. This parasite is totally different from Nightmare Moon's.
Or are we looking at different stages of the same kind of parasite?
Go on.
Say Nightmare Moon had control of Luna for the rest of her life. Well, what would the parasite do after Luna passes? It wouldn't have a physical vessel anymore, but the darkness could maintain the same shape. It could persist as the shadow of the pony it once possessed. It would be nothing more than a hollow husk searching for new ponies to control and to feed off of.
And that's what the Pony of Shadows is? You're saying he used to be a real pony that was possessed just like Nightmare Moon?
Another Alicorn by the looks of it, but unlike Luna, this Alicorn was never freed from his parasite. And when he passed, the parasite kept his form and went on to possess Stygian. Like I said, this goes way back. The Well of Shade had long existed when Stygian found it all those years ago. There's some real history there that has yet to be uncovered.
This is just giving me more questions.
We can't be sure of the details in your world, but one thing I'm sure of. Between the Pony of Shadows and Sombra, the parasite isn't just a Luna thing.
And if it happened to them, it could happen to others, like Celestia into Daybreaker, or Twilight into a Pony Midnight Sparkle, or Cadance. Oh my gosh, imagine a universe where Chrysalis successfully married Shining Armor. The real Cadance would have more than enough rage for the parasite to feed off. I have a feeling that would end for Chrysalis a lot worse than the Love Blast. Yeesh. Could you give me a huff?
Will you stay put?
who else could be at risk of the Nightmare Force? Flurry Heart? Sunny, now that she's sort of an Alicorn? The actual Alicorn in the future? Opaline?
Or even non-Alicorns, since Sombra was possibly a target as well.
Well, that's assuming Sombra's always been a unicorn. You know, there's good reason to think he used to be an Alicorn. I have a whole video going into the specific details.
We're not doing your crackpot theories here.
My crackpot theories? Me. Alicorn or not, is the Nightmare Force even limited to ponies? Could a changeling like me become possessed?
Trust me, you do not want to deal with a nightmare Sawtooth.
What? No.
I think I have said too much.
No, keep going.
I hope this has been an illuminating experience for you.
Tell me more.
And that you'll keep a more open mind.
Tell me more. Tell me. Wait a second, are you a nightmare form?
No, but I do have...
You kind of look like one.
I am not.
The flames and the chains.
Those are just
But what does Nightmare Sawtooth look like?
We're done here.
No, wait. Guess we'll never know. That nameless fella does have a lot of interesting takes on Alicorn stuff, so definitely check out his channel if that's up your alley. But what do you think? How does the Nightmare Force work? Did Sombra have the same thing Nightmare Moon had? And how does the Pony of Shadows connect to all this? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you liked this video, like this video. And if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. Darth Sylar 12, Maximilian HG, Solar Scripture, Musin, Princess Starglow, Colorshine, Captain Good, Scarmex, Pika Girl, Kari, Sapphic Vampire, Livia, Rosefire 14, and this video's Alicorns of the Week, Gunnar Clovis, Equinox 3141, and the nameless one. Funny how that works. Y'all help make this channel possible. I'm Sawtooth Waves, signing out until next time. Brohoof. Remember when Sprout made himself dictator of Maritime Bay? What happened to him after that? Something tells me there's a lot more than we're being told. So after Sprout destroyed the Lighthouse with Sprouticus Maximus, we didn't see much else of him. He was kinda just shrugged off and things were left at that. Until now. Not long after Earth Ponies got their magic, Sprout was shown doing some sort of community service. He was under another pony's authority and tasked with sweeping the streets. This tells us he's been through Maritime Bay's legal system and must have been charged with crimes. I mean, he did carry out an authoritarian Earth Pony nationalist takeover, which included a violent assault on other ponies. I'm glad he's facing some consequences. However, this isn't the whole picture. Take a look at the front of the police station soon after the tribes came together. You can see a wanted poster with Sprout smug on it, since he couldn't make the calendar, I guess. There's a story here. Sprout wasn't brought to justice right away, he fled the scene. This gives us a clear sequence of events. After his crimes, the former deputy ran from the law and eventually ended up back in custody. But with this poster being our only detail between his crimes and his punishment, we don't know how exactly this unfolded. Did he have a change of heart and come back willingly, or was there a chase? Did he have to be hunted down, arrested, and dragged home? Well, with any criminal at large, you know Sheriff Hitch is gonna conduct a search, chances are personally. But at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. Given what we know about Sprout, I think he would have turned himself in anyway. Not out of the goodness of his heart or anything, but because he'd miss his mommy. Facing consequences is scary, but he'd quickly realize life on the run is a lot scarier. Ultimately, Sprout is gonna take the more comfortable route, even if it means serving time. So that's what I think may have happened here. He ran, regretted running, and came back. And no, I don't think Phyllis ran away with him. As fun as that would be, there wasn't a wanted poster for her. Around this time, she was out in the open, and besides, she clearly showed interest in making things right. Which makes me wonder if she got community service too. It was her factory that she let produce Sprouticus Maximus, and it was her encouragement that enabled Sprout's rise in the first place. But Phyllis aside, why was Sprout even able to conquer everything? You're telling me all it takes is for a decent sheriff to leave town for a day and a terrible deputy can just do whatever? Does Maritime Bay have no mayor or any authority besides law enforcement or company owner? I think they probably do, but here's the thing. We don't know what all was in the official Sprout Act. He may have just circumvented all other authority by declaring martial law and no ponies stood in his way. I mean, the Earth Ponies went along with his every escalation, which kinda makes them at fault too. They aren't sheep, they have agency. Phyllis may have enabled Sprout, but so did every Earth Pony that helped build his machine, or joined his angry mob, or even just refused to stand up to his growing violence. They gave Sprout his power. Without their support, he would have just been a raving lunatic. So, community service for every pony. Or at least, how's this? I like to think after the lighthouse was destroyed, the Earth Ponies realized it was their movement that led to this. And then, taking responsibility, the whole community worked together to replace the lighthouse. We never saw how the Crystal Brighthouse was built, so it's nice to imagine all of Maritime Bay came together to make it happen. It seems most Earth Ponies realized their mistakes and made an effort to turn things around. But the real question here is, did Sprout? With all that happened, running away, coming back, serving time, has Sprout actually changed his tune? It's hard to say so far. He seems his old arrogant self, but it's not like his entire personality is gonna change overnight. Maybe he's starting to come around. Unfortunately, we just don't know. He hasn't said anything to indicate his current feelings about the tribes. Or has he? The answer is actually yes and no. Oh, he made his feelings more than clear, but he also did no such thing? Let me explain. Down the rabbit hole we go. This brings us to a tale of 2 Maritime Bay days. One in which Sprout is back in center stage, and one in which he's nowhere to be seen. In Sprout's Maritime Bay Day, he was dressing up as specific ponies from other tribes and vandalizing billboards. He would then use witnesses to frame those ponies and label their entire tribes as a threat. He said things like, all Pegasi and unicorns are suspects, and neither of the criminals are respectable Earth Ponies. He even held a public rally where he stirred up fear and anger against the other tribes. It was a big deal, but wait a second. In the other Maritime Bay Day, it was Posey who rallied the Earth Ponies against their new neighbors. Neighbors. There was no word of Sprout or vandalized billboards or nearly anything in common with the other Maritime Bay Day. And in Sprout's Maritime Bay Day, there was no mention of Posey or, you know, the magic storm that opened up a void in reality. So what's going on here? Well, in Posey's Maritime Bay Day, the Earth Ponies got their magic around halfway through, right after that storm. But in Sprout's Maritime Bay Day, they had it from the start. So logically, this being an annual celebration, Sprout's Maritime Bay Day must have taken place the year after Posey's. This must be a look into the future, right? Well, there's a problem here. Both Maritime Bay Days are explicitly stated to be within just months of the tribes coming together. Both of these are the first Maritime Bay Day since they reunited. But that's impossible. They got Earth Pony magic before and not until during. Things were resolved while the sun was still up, but also weren't resolved until a chase at dusk. These two stories are totally different. They're completely incompatible. Which tells us they must have happened in different universes. These aren't just 2 different Maritime Bay Days. These are 2 different Maritime Bays. Sprout's Maritime Bay Day vandalism and fearmongering didn't happen in our Equestria. It was somewhere else in the multiverse. We can't pin this behavior on our Sprout. Sure, it provides insight on what he might still be like, but we can't be sure as long as there's different variables. And the variables are quite different, which leads to the question at the heart of all this. Why are these worlds so different? What was the split-off point? We know it was something after the Lighthouse was destroyed, since the Brighthouse exists in both worlds. If Sprout never demolished the original, the crystals could have just been kept there like they used to be. See my videos about the old Lighthouse. There would be no need for a new structure, especially if it meant tearing down a cultural and historic landmark. A home so sentimental to Sunny. So that world's Lighthouse must have already been destroyed as well. Both Sprouts are coming from the same destructive place. But after that, things clearly diverged, so what set their world on such a different path from ours? Well, besides them getting Earth Pony magic a bit earlier for whatever reason, there's two notable differences that I think give us our answer. Number 1, the old Canterlogic factory still has Phyllis's iconic glasses. The factory is closed in both worlds, but in ours, the iconography was removed. Canterlogic is effectively a symbol of intertribal fear, yet for them, it's still a prominent part of their skyline. Interesting. But number 2 is much more significant. In this alternate maritime bay, Sprout is still an active deputy. In our world, Hitch's only deputies right now are his critter friends. Both differences tell me this maritime bay didn't reject their past as wholeheartedly. Instead of changing their ways so the same mistakes wouldn't happen again, they sought to maintain as much status quo as possible. Maybe Ponies downplayed how bad it got and made excuses for Sprout's behavior. Maybe they thought demoting him from Supreme Chancellor back to Deputy was punishment enough. Back to as if it never happened. Without any real repercussions, Sprout would never reflect and learn where things went wrong. And even worse, nothing would stop him from spreading more fear and hate. In fact, his continuing title as deputy would only serve to bolster Sprout in his crusade. And Phillies, Colts, and NB folks, that's exactly what we saw in this alternate world. Whereas our Maritime Bay Day had a random Karen Gardner as its anti-unity spokespony, theirs had legal authority backing it up and spreading the word. Things were significantly worse for it too. It was more widespread for one thing, but also more severe. In our Maritime Bay Day, the sentiment was, conform to our Earth Pony culture. Gross, right? But in theirs, it was, unicorns are not welcome here, and Pegasi go home. Oh, I mean, unicorns are not welcome here, and Pegasi go home. And all of this mess, all of this chaos, because Sprout got away with it the first time. Him staying in power instead of being held accountable is what made all the difference here. This Maritime Bay is a cautionary tale of what happens when you don't take this stuff seriously. Fortunately, it's not too late for them, just like it wasn't too late for us. Maybe our Sprout is doing better on a slow but sure journey. Or maybe he's not, we'll just have to wait and see. But what's for sure is he can't abuse the authority that he doesn't have anymore, and our world made the right call by knocking him down a few pegs. Maybe one day a more mature Sprout will learn what it means to be a responsible leader. He could become a deputy or even a sheriff to be proud of. I mean, eventually Hitch may shift gears into something more animal related. Well, who better to fill his horseshoes than his old partner who's finally taken the time to sprout into his full potential. We love a good redemption arc around here. But what do you think? What was it like when Sprout ran away? How did he come back? Has he changed at all? And what do you think about this other Maritime Bay? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and if you're eligible to vote in the United States, make sure you hit the polls before they close on Tuesday. If you liked this video, like this video, and if you want to see more, subscribe and ring the bell. If you want to support this channel financially, check out my perks at patreon.com/Sawtooth Waves. And thank you so much to everyone who already has, especially my Alicorn tier patrons. The Nameless One, Equinox3141, Darth Sylar 12, Solar Scripture, Jane Shadow, Rosefire 14, Kari, Mr. Worm, Azure Knight, and this video's Alicorns of the Week, Maximilian HG, Color Shine, and Princess Starglow. Without your support, I'd just be a raving lunatic. You're the ones enabling these horse theory videos. For real though, thank you so much. I'm Sawtooth Waves signing out until next time. Brohoof.